All right, hello and welcome everybody to Ace Attorney Trilogy, specifically Spirit of Justice. We are back for case 4. We managed to excuse me. So woke up a little late this morning, so might be a little out of my groove. Give me 1 second. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So yeah, last time we wrapped up case 3, got kind of well, I wouldn't say a happy ending, but we learned the truth. And kind of set the motion, like the larger plot in motion. It really feels like the next time we're in Kuren, we're probably going to be tackling the final case. But before then, I kind of got something unexpected. Even though we built up all that momentum towards something grander happening in Kuren, we're going back to Apollo and Athena, I guess. Back in America, with big quotation marks around that. So let us continue where we left off. Yeah, let's load the autosave. Hey, no. Yeah, here. That's the one. We don't want the post trial. We want the regular thing. Turnabout storyteller. Yeah, this one's a very odd one.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Strange. Not a lot to go off in the cutscene, and then we like get thrust right into Jesus dead? No. Do you think he did it? Oh no, if he did it, or if he did, then what do we do? Pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. So 3 different voices. I guess. Whenever we're gonna have an actual who done it kind of thing. Or really well, I mean the last case is kind of like that. I mean a case that the like killer isn't very clear. In the last case was kind of like that, although we had some pretty strong suspects throughout. And yeah, we get thrown right into a courtroom, something you don't typically see outside of case 1. May 13th, 9:45 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. And we're playing as Athena. What the heck? Brings the defendant to his own trial late. Plus the request was so last minute I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. Wow. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. It's kind of weird going to Athena because we had some big revelations about Apollo in the last case too. Well, yeah, we did. Kind of probably found out who his real dad is. I wonder if the game's gonna hide that from him. He's not in Korean, and Phoenix might not tell him. But for now, we're playing as Athena Sykes. My name is Athena Sykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of right anything in the agency. Oh my god. I need to wake up. Though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. Yeah, this is way more. This feels like way more like a case 1 kind of thing. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? Trial's about to start, Simon. Oh, hey, you. You get so worked up, Athena. I was so actually when I was putting together thumbnails for YouTube, I looked into what to use for art, and I noticed that actually art for this game, he was on it. So I'm still a little surprised, but yeah, he's in this game apparently. Did not expect it initially. You did get so worked up, Athena. His boldness can wait. Hold on. Excuse me, sorry. Stayed up way too late last night doing some work. All right, his baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. Besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Humph. Still but a rank amateur, I see. Next, these two are getting along now, I guess. This is Simon Blackquill. I might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. And he and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So we're a right dono and justice dono. Yeah, this guy's got a samurai thing going on. Suit looks a little outdated. Get this thing, I don't know what it's called. What's his thing now? He's like not a criminal anymore, right? So what does he got going on other than the samurai motif? The story is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? I wonder if we're actually gonna get a solo case. I mean, Apollo's probably gonna be here eventually and help us out. Kind of like to see Athena on her own though. Wonder what that would be like. Didn't I tell you? They're what? Neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone? Yep. Ye gods. Call right dono back. It's not too late. Wow. Not believing her. Oh no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Fine. Very well. When I settle this, I will settle for Justice Donald. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. Oh, I thought there's a chance he might be at our desk. That's pretty low, low odds of that. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion, no, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face. Or your face already, will you? I mean, I said this is like a case 1 thing, but I believe case 4 and Ace Attorney 3 was like this too. I think there's other ones. No, the Apologist and Apologist are Ace Attorney 4. That one was weird too. Might have started like this. No, I forget how exactly. I thought if the old trial was in that one too. But this is like all that stuff was all, you know, in both those games, whatever it was, all those were set up for the final, and we don't like this doesn't seem like from what we've seen so far connected at all. Guess we'll just play it out. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is, yes, he's your, he's asleep again. Boy, Bucky, wake up. Bucky. Yeah. Ow, what'd you do that for, Simey? Hick. Oh boy. Yeah. It'd be interesting hearing how he's a murderer. All right, well, I'm knowing this game. It's the only evidence is that he's the only person who could possibly have done it. Learn who's this yeller chickadee? Not any actual evidence pointing to him. He was just the only person in the room with the murderer or something, or the accused, or the victim, or whatever you want to call it. Jesus, something along those lines. Who's this yeller chickadee? She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Your eyes check, Simon. Lawyer, she sure doesn't look it, does she? She like your fellow apprentice or something? Oh my god, talking to this guy. Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. You know this guy a long time? Like a bar you frequent? Oh, okay, well then, guess I better call Miss Chickadee then. I mean, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. Yeah, not a great look. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will, just save it for an after the trial. Miss Chickadee. Don't call me that. How do you do? Simon here is an old friend of mine. Yeah, how do you guys two meet? I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Oh, you're actually chef. Wet noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. But he can pull himself together when he wants to. Grr. Only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. You happened to be there at the theater when, where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Krugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Oh boy. It's one of those, it was not easy to translate this thing's case. I don't know what a Krugo storyteller is. Indeed. The victim, master storyteller Taifu Tonito, was a Tornado, one of the two, was a longtime patron of the Wet Soba. Mr. Tonito, or Tornado. Oh, let's go Tornado. Let's go. Tornado? Nah, I forget it's Tornado. I had been looking for after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart. Like, father? No way. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Excuse me, one more time. Alright, I think that's good. Should be good now. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. For shame, ye hick. The police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me, Stiffle. Looks like he's still in shock from this whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be alright. Gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. I don't do full-on voices, but I feel like as I've gone along in these, like, been more tempted to like slightly change it up for each character. I kind of do it. Randomly, I do it, not consistently at all. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. It's hard not to do it with this guy. It's always an odd way of speaking. Now, come on, I need you to shape up, just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Whoop. Oh, God. Mr. Wet. Sigh, Bucky, you great big pellock. So how exactly do you know this guy? He used to frequent the Wet Soba, and I still do, in fact. So I've known him since he was a lad. Why, his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. Don't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures of imparted by buckwheat flour. Yeah, that's just rude, but I digress. Know about flavor and subtlety too, and subtlety stuff. If I let Wet Soba in like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. Ah, I see. That's why he came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. Grr. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's just about time. What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Auf geht's. Let's do this. Go on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee, I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Oh boy. Hello, 2 bowls of noodles? Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. Kick. Not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles, but I'm fresh like my soba. And don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles for... Oh boy. He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Put together Weekend at Bernie's thing. Simon, what are those 3 fresh sobas he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds are groats, as they are ground to make buckwheat flour. The dough made with this flour is cut in with a large rectangular knife into noodles. Finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. This is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Apparently, we have time to talk about this, even though it's supposedly just before the trial starts. No evidence or anything. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to just talk about noodles. Of course, this is going to be very important for reasons. The soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make any soba right now, though. That's for sure. This is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. So remember, as the prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. Oh, wow, he is the prosecutor. So don't expect any help from my quarter. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just so you know, just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Wait. This is the prosecutor. He's the prosecutor for this case, but he chose us to be on the defense? So, like, the prosecutor gets to choose who his opponent is? Isn't that, like, really, really bad? Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here. That's alright. I can do this on my own. May 13th at 9:50 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now in session. Hello, Judge. All rise. Mr. Same old, same old. Court is now in session for the trial. Bucky Wet. I say wet. It's like, H is silent. Well, it's not even H is silent. It pronounce it same way either way. You pronounce the H or not. What? You do that? What is it called? Whipped cream or something like that? I'm just gonna go with the wet. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecutor is just fully prepared. Wait, what? Hold on, didn't remember? As a prosecutor, oh no, he's in the gallery. As not the prosecutor, a prosecutor. You can what do you mean you can't help at all? I thought I could only do this if he's like prosecutor. Why not if he's outside the trial? Well, whatever. I misread that. Prosecutor is fully prepared, Your Honor. Just so he's just back here. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Satamati? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. Very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? The Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called me to handle this case. Besides, I have debt to repay. Well, at least this makes more sense. At least the prosecutor isn't able to pick their opponent. Wait, what? Why did Edgeworth call him when Black Quill is right there? Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it, but I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell. I don't know where this confidence comes from. You have a score to settle. It's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I'm not a callow thing. A qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor Satamati. She's only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Satamati, please give your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly, let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th. The Storytellers Theater called Kudu Te. Kurate sounds like karate, but doesn't explain the original Kurukuru, or the first Kuru. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. Typhoon Tornado, by the way. Just, focusing on other things. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room, the doghouse. Ooh, weird. It is accessible via the staff entrance, a hallway, and has an inner and outer sliding door. Why isn't the detective giving us this information? Well, actually, do they normally set it up like this? It's usually the detective that sets all this up, isn't it? I guess in these other cases, though, no, it's been the prosecutor doing it. I guess it only does it in later games or later cases. Yeah, typically later cases. I remember Gumshoe doing this quite a lot. Maybe I'm wrong. The estimated time of death was between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy report found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there was no murder weapon. I'll now submit the incident report to the court. Crime scene report added to the court record. This autopsy report added to the court record. Prosecutor Sanamati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit? Let's do that. Let's take a look around. Anything else? Weird door. How this, like, I noticed this little diagram, so how it opens is important. Age. There's a little thing here that's odd. This too. Ammo, one of these is missing. Oh no, it's right here. Ooh. Saying, looks like this. No, this was a fancy packaging. Thought it might have been a gift because of the gift wrapping, or like a gift type wrapping. Looks like it's no normal packaging for this because of the little camels. 2 beers. The fridge is open, which is odd. Why would that be left open if he was just eating food or something? Imply that something happened when he opened this to like get his attention away from closing it. Something's not plugged in. And it's it has to be, well, since the fridge is on. Well, okay, so now the fridge doesn't matter. It's the like, oh, he was watching TV. So the TV's unplugged and the fridge is definitely on because you can see the light. Something here. This says something. What else is these? I like cards. The what's it called? The cards Nintendo originally make it. Yukafura, maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. They look a little different than I think they're supposed to look for that. Also, he do likes his camel stuff. Weird bit of torn thing here. Doesn't match anything around here. Might be part of the wrapping for here, but we can't see the underside, so I'm not quite sure. Yeah, so the TV wasn't plugged in. That's gonna be important. Okay. Everyone's making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Weird that of all the details, they like the 2 drink cans are noted. Doesn't look like he was making noodles. Looks like he was just playing around or eating or something. Why is there flour everywhere? A bomb went off and like sent this stuff over. Not like a bomb, like actual physical explosion, like to kill him. Like a smaller capacity bomb. Like, think of like smoke grenade. Or, no, not even that. Well, maybe something around like smoke grenade. Something that has a strong detonation, but not like strong enough to kill anybody. It would definitely blow flour everywhere or something. smoke grenades don't explode. So they use something else, like a flashbang or something. Kind of know what I'm getting at least. Lower caliber explosion. But there's no evidence of that here, I think. Again, that powder is everywhere. On this side of the room specifically. Alright, well. Time is 2:05 p.m. Cause of suffocation. The thing was found in his lungs. Like I said, I don't know about the specifics of suffocation. You know, it makes me think, okay, no clear suffocation means like it's a gas, but would traces of a gas appear in his lungs? I have no idea. I'm not gonna even guess at that for now. Prosecutor Sadamati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't even know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as of yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. Like, how can you say that if you don't know what the weapon is? How do you know it was implanted there, like, way long ago? Or something along the... Oh my god. Whatever. Don't get caught up on the details. I'll explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Would the accused care to plead his case? No. Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes? Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well, and that he is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. Like, how do we proceed if we don't even know how the person was killed? Like, there's no... Well, I guess we're just going to establish why it's only him that could have killed him. So we don't have any clue as to how. The day of the incident, Mr. Wet went in the theater at the victim's request. Haifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. Soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much, no? Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit the wet soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed that the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. Prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Okay, well, it's interesting motive. What do you mean he stole the deed? I don't think you can physically steal a deed and own the business. In the victim's possession, it's the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wheat. A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. But that's what this case is about. Wish Simon had filled me in a little better. Could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if you had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see... Oh my god. You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk. Eek. I'm sorry. Paul is a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk. We only just started and I've already been demoted from a spring chick. I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Alright, get in here, Emma. Let us listen to the words of the one who was present. Oh, never mind. Present when the crime was discovered. No one was there when the victim's body was found? Very well. Witness, please take the stand. What are we doing? Oh, you. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackwell, you didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. We talked about noodles for like a minute. Could have done a million things. million different things, I should say. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sadamati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. The case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. You have enough knowledge about this art to form a handle on the case completely. Are you implying that I'm not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic, for now. It is the prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night, and I have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel as, oh my god. And then the Rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. That's funny storytelling. Like, they said comedic storytelling, but I thought there was, like, more to it. But it's just, okay. It's weird. Are you satisfied? If not, I can explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. I shall perform the famous story of Jugemu. Yeah, Jugemu? Jugimu? Yeah, instead. Probably not gonna hear that word again. Not gonna worry about it. It appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I see why you're known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. I would love to see or perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your honor's request. Jugimu. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right. Of course, I nearly forgot. Seriously, of all the things for you to forget. Now then, back to this case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed. What Simon saw. Went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. Went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Mr. Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room as soon after. What? That's when Onito discovered Master Tornado's body. But he got what? What? Oh, wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. She's gonna, with testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wood of the crime. You're practically accusing Mr. Wood of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh. All right, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. So, what if Unedo or Unato? Oh my God, Inodo, whatever his name is, lying? He said, "Oh, you're the only one that could have committed the crime," but yet someone else entered the room after him. Well, we have to find like the timetable. If it was like 10 seconds he was in there, then maybe, I guess. But like, it's still not great. Went to the theater yesterday, arrived at approximately 4 p.m. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? The show, probably. Well, because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple, Uendo, that's probably how you pronounce it. Uendo's promotion. There's also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name Uendo 2. So what exactly does it mean to succeed a stage to a stage name? Yeah, weird. You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, the name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I never heard of anything like that though. See, there was another Onedo Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him. Succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? Contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifu Tornado was going to perform Hokesoba or Time Soba. It's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. And Onedo was to perform Soba Sai or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. Seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. First to perform was the senior disciple, Gairu? I think it's Gairu. Olobo Onedo. Something is going on with these names. I don't know what it is, but there's something like they're all connected somehow. I don't mean like court case connected. I mean like they're similar enough for some reason, like some joke or something I'm not getting. And lastly, Mr. Tornado. Mr. Tornado. Invitation added to the court record. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storytellers Theater yesterday. This sounds like something really old men would enjoy, which is why he's there, because he's technically old-fashioned, even though he's probably young. Well, in his 20s, right? Blackwell? No, yeah, 29. Sure. Yeah, that's why he had to be at the Storytellers Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? This looks like a press everything for additional evidence. Went straight to Mr. Tornado's dressing room to say hello.
Hold it!
How do we know you're not the killer? How did Mr. Tornado appear when you said hello to him? We went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Gairu escorted me out of the escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. Okay, well, that has obvious meaning, but sure. Also, the autopsy report is really terrible. It has such a wide opening for when he died. So that could have been a recording. Your Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Gairu as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive around 4 p.m. Correct, I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the Time Soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. You point on the diagram. So here's what I would ask in this situation, because clearly he's dead already. And they're just, you know, playing a record or something along those lines. I would ask him, where did you specifically get to when you thought he was alive? They said the door, I guess. So then my next question would be, okay, when that person saw Mr. Bucky go into the room, where did it actually last see him? Did he see him go through the door? Did he see him like go down the hallway, like turn this corner? Did it, like a lot of that stuff, did like to see him go through this way? Where did they actually last see him? And then we have to establish, if he did go in there, how did he not notice Bucky or the victim was not dead? There's all kinds of reasons, but whatever. Get to that when we get to that. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later.
Hold it!
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Gairu and I was waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing, and Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. It's most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within a span of 10 minutes. Okay, so 10-minute window in there. Arg. Better come up with some kind of counter argument fast. And of course, our witness or defendant not here to ask any of these questions about or clarify on anything. Oh boy. Master Tornado's junior disciple Uendo apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Press this.
Hold it!
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. Wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this is Blackwell, him. But Gatorade was right in front of it, so I'm sure he saw it. Oh boy. So he only saw the wall. Our boy here clarified what he saw, which, you know, obviously opens up problems. This is exactly what I was talking about, except it's with a different person, actually. So that's interesting. Gatorade was right in front of it, so I'm sure he saw it all. Weird that you're testifying then, not the guy who saw more. I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went into the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance. And all the disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
Hold it!
And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Uendo came flying out. 2 or 3 minutes? Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. That I did not like. Okay, yeah, sure. Given if we take that testimony at face value, Bucky is the most suspicious, sure, but it's not. He's not. The rest of the characters aren't free from suspicion either. So there's like, the sense that it's only him is so ridiculous, but that's nothing new. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimonies. Or your testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado. The accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. Boop, boop, boop. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room. About 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. Dramatization. He never said anything about pushing him around. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream. He came out into the hallway from within. Also, this guy could have been in there the whole time with the guy. You know, because, you know, obviously since we only have this guy's word that he was in there, he could have been in there the whole time and Blackwell didn't know. And this guy came in here, had a conversation with that guy, got angry and whatever. So just obvious holes here. Came running out of the hallway, running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. A statement added to the court record. Which statement? Defense. Confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Bucky went into the room at 4:10 and left at 4:20. Nice. Uendo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Defense, an eyewitness is giving conclusive testimony. They didn't give nothing. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not in life. Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body. And who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Window was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. Could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. I mean, it's hard to say when we don't know what the weapon is. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackquill, can you give me something a little better to work with here? Is it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. If you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. There's no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackquill. Doesn't mean you don't remember it all that well. Oh. That bug's still happening, by the way. Alright. While he's doing this, I'm gonna fill up my cup. Be right back. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, still be right back. All right, I'm back. Went through that first set of tea pretty quickly, just trying to wake up. It should be good now. Prosecutor Blackquill, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Shit, he hasn't done anything. Be gone, witness. You shall haunt the sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackquill. I've got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. Restore balance in this trial. I'd like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. The guy next to him, Yeru. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. Why not just? She's another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Gailu Tornado. Oh, Gale Tornado. Yeah, so that's the okay. Why they're all similar-ish. Ah. This one. Please say your name, occupation witness. So yeah, I said it like the start of this. I'm familiar with that one animation. Kind of got everywhere. Hello everyone, I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon, there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. God. Oh. I don't know, I just don't like it. Oh, let me get my composure here a second. Last time, there was a clown in the Ace Attorney game. It did not go well. So, like, I'm just getting, like all the bad vibes, terrible witnesses, something along the lines. I hope she's not on the stand very long, but I think it's going to be the opposite. She's going to be here forever, isn't she? Oh boy. Well, maybe I'm making a mountain out of molehill. Let's just see what's going on. It's like I've just got a horrible feeling. And balloon, there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. Meet the balloon artist you all know and love, Gelu Tornado. Call me Gelu, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon. Not since, what's her name? April, May? We had a witness like this. What a way to capture your audience's attention. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Yeah. Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please? God. Oh, absolutely. Please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Gelu, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness, smile, smile, smile with the twisty twist twist. And Bloom, there you have it, one gorgeous cake. Ooh, it's eyeball cake. Is that what it is? Like, yeah. I see. I guess an entertainer's got to do what an entertainer's got to do. Balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was severed monster head. Yeah, except I kind of like that. So, not since monster cake have we seen something like this. Also, we played Breath of the Wild. There was a little cake like that in there too. The monster, what was it called? Monster food item. I know I didn't make it. I knew about it. How did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Yeah, it looks like you should be in the circus. Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to the Shisho, oh my god, Shisho, our master, but that Bucky Wheat, ooh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. And not only that, but you have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me, get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. This is a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gato's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Gato, please share the truth with the court, with this court. Yes, Gato, your testimony, please. Does the cake need to be there? Before the murder was discovered, 4 p.m. a little after 4:20 p.m. when the Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in the front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, Uendo Tornado. You in the tornado. Okay, got it. Discovered the body. The only person who had gone in there was Bucky. I didn't realize. I noticed that the names were all weird, but like weirdly similar in a way. But I didn't notice that their last names were Tornado. So now it makes sense. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, the Jugimu was barking like mad. Jujimu. Oh, Jujimu, right? Oh, that's their dog, by the way. Yeah. Jimu was barking like mad. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad muck son of Madi. First you exercise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. At least we know why Prosecutor Blackwell is not prosecuting this case, since he's kind of personally involved. Somewhat. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadamani. Although, that's never stopped us from defending someone. So... I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. What are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Quranism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. Don't let me check something. Quranism. So the Inism. I gotta make sure to add that. I think I'm going Quranism. Not getting that Quranism. There you go. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. That in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes-Dono. Well, I won't let either of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadamati see you as worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. Why wouldn't you allow it? Before the murder was discovered. All right. Do the usual. 4 p.m. a little after 4:20 p.m. when the Shisho's body was found. So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know. Is that right, Simon? Weird. How they address this? It's so weird how they only can have multiple people at the stand, but they just fade in and out. It just looks strange. You have like the full rendered 3D courtroom. You think you could put it like in a waiting area or move them to the side. I know some elements, like there's probably not walls for most of the walls, so you don't want to show them, I guess. You could do something other than fading in and out on the same spot like this. Yes, Gabriel and I can both confirm that Master Tornado was still alive around 4 p.m. Oh yeah, you can't you? See? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Yuendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugimu was barking like mad. Oh wait, what am I doing? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. The fact that 2 of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating that I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. It's an odd reaction. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine. So you say anyway. Did you really? It's oddly defensive. Before Yuendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Only the defendant and Yuendo entered around the time of the murder. That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shisho. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Gyaru? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time. I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else. He's acting oddly, although in like real life, I wouldn't necessarily think this is anything unusual. Because, you know, her master died and people get nervous on the stand. But within the confines of this game, it's very unusual. Just apologize on the lawyer's behalf, even though her memory is that of a spring chick's. Please overlook her transgression as best you can. Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? And I think a little while before Bucky showed up, oh my god. You know what? I've wanted to do this a lot. I'm just gonna do it. Jugi. Pronunciation. Huge.
Jigemu.
Gamu.
Jugmew.
What the heck?
Jugmew.
None of these are correct.
Jigemu.
Jugemu is the probably closest. All right. That helped. I mean, it probably helped to hear someone in Japanese say it, but like I spent a lot of time looking at that. Jugemu was barking like mad, although that's Geiru. Jugemu. Oops, so around the time of the murder, Geiru and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. I'm going to have to find a flaw in there somehow if I want to get anywhere. It's not super helpful, but it just means just press everything. I'm thinking of it a little back a while before Bucky showed up. Jugemu was barking like mad. Jugemu, that's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. The twisty twists. And Bloom, there you have it, my cute little Jugemu. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's really good boy. Why was Jugemu barking? You think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we have a new suspect in this case. Don't look so smug about it, Athena. That's just guessing. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember, because it was time for me to feed him. I went to his yard and gave him some food. Didn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door out into the yard was wide open. Would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Boop. Okay, so I'm guessing this is the door, and this is like a window. Like, BS. Look at how the door open. Well, that one's obvious. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please. Yeah, you didn't mention this. How many times must I do this? You saw that Geiru, saw what Geiru was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? Can't be expected to remember every minute detail, or every minute. Minute is right. Is minute spelled like minute? Am I like blind, or like never notice? Every minute detail. Minute spelled the same way? Oh yeah, it's spelled the same way, huh? Anyway, I can't be expected to remember every minute detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Gator go out into the yard? Oh, she looks a lot better there without the nose. Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room for quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? I know she was waiting for the guy, but it's weird that she's looking so much. It looks as though she was feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. All right. It looks like Geiru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Geiru's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. I was in the yard, but the door was wide open so I could keep watch on the dressing room. All right, so we know that's BS. Let's look at this first. Additional info. Yesterday was confirmed alive 4 p.m. This was up to here. Before Bucky came to the theater, Gable was out feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. All right, well, let's press it. I'm just curious what she says. You know what this means, right, Geiru? You weren't in the hallway the entire time after all, were you? Well, okay, so I did go out into the yard, but it was just for a second. And the yard door was wide open, so I could still see the dressing room the whole time. It was open so she could see the dressing room? Prosecutor Blackwell, I need you on the stand again, please. What am I, your lady in waiting? Do you remember anything about the time Geiru was in the yard? Simply that Jugemu buried the food he couldn't finish in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. Thank you. I didn't really need to hear about the dog again, though. When I finished feeding Jugemu, I returned to the hallway, and then I saw Bucky go into the dressing room. No questions about it. Okay, so around the time of the murder, Gator and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room, blah, 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 blah. Right, we'll know exactly what to, what to do. Yeah, well,
Objection!
what are you lying about? So you're able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Like, a lot of people looks like, Phoenix and Paula look very smug a lot of times. Like, Athena's pose, it feels like way more try hard to be smug. Like, comes natural to Phoenix and Apollo, less so to her, I feel like. I don't know, just something about the pose that strikes me. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. Boop. How the door swings. You don't see that on a lot of stuff. But when it appears, you know it's important. Gabriel was in the backyard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was still out there, the yard had been left open. Ah, I see. Is that the door to the yard was wide open, as Gary said. It would have been blocked. It would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way. Sure you want to be doing that? But even if there were admittedly a few moments Gabriel was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect the case. From this spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Eesh. Ooh, the double hit. Gabriel, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection.
Hide the fact. Speaking as though she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely simple oversight. Right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all. Even though she's trying to keep a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she's being torn apart by grief. Sure looks it. Her mind being turmoil was hardly unexpected. Again, don't have these cases the day after the murder, but whatever. It's supposed to be very difficult indeed. To disciple one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. If I were to ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you are in the wrong? If I cared what the gallery think, these games would be over before they started. Because they are never with us. Well, there's been occasional times, but the vast majority of the time they are against us. Despite everything we do, and how many cases we win. Listen to them now, with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. He's right, that was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I'm kind of sorry for the witness. Why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? That's a good question, though. No, I was just trying to find the truth. Reminds me of Dee's outfit in Always Sunny. I don't know why. Like, fashion is subjective, but like the bright yellow. I mean, in this game, it makes sense. We need our color-coded lawyers. Like I said, need that fourth lawyer who wears green, and we're complete. Trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadamati? Do people understand? They know what is right and what is wrong. Well, that lawyer is still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? Hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. It's like attacking your character, not the case at all. which should be not allowed, but again, whatever goes in this courtroom. Command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on the prosecutor's Blackwell's and Gato's testimonies. Even now, you would continue to resist. You are childish and defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? One more second. Oh, it's a nose acting up again. With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. Not really. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. How isn't that presented immediately? Look at the Japanese playing cards known as Karuta. You know, they're not Hanafuda cards. Lined up on the table. The special English version Karuta cards spell out the message. That message, what number 4? Those could have been arranged after the murder. Also, what? Oh my god. Whatever. We'll get to it. What number 4? Like, Bucky just saw him arranging these cards as he was killing him, and it's like, oh, that's fine. I don't care. You mean what noodle number 4? Yes, what noodle number 4 is the 4th head of chef Wet Suba, is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Wet. No! That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Contains photos of the crime scene. Victim's dying message is clearly visible in them. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You'd say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? You're super not allowed to do this in courtrooms. I don't think you could deliberately stir up a crowd without getting in a lot of trouble. What? I'm trying to prove Mr. What's innocence here. I didn't notice what the court said, but it doesn't matter. Right, cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. Feel bad for the victim. Why are you saying it's cruel to make him suffer with conclusive evidence? You're not. Are you buying into the soul stuff? Like, you're not a Kernist, are you? It's cruel to like, throw him a guilty verdict without exploring any other possibility. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. What's innocence here. I know you can hear them defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused soul. It's time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing for anybody? She should just quit right now. Urgh. Now, defense, leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
Hey, we got some backup. Ooh, is he on our side now? He's trying to use her keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Yeah, really. Simon. You fop doodles in the gallery. Can a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? I don't know. This like probably isn't allowed, right? A witness like clearly siding with the defense. I mean, people know each other in real life. Again, just one of the reasons the people doing being the lawyers in a case shouldn't be connected to anything. You don't get weird questions like this. The mood is starting in the courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackcloak, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. That pose is less good without the chain noise. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick, lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I would be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity as in sin? Truly, what a fool you are. Although, this is pretty cool. We get to see prosecutor against prosecutor. Not since Edgeworth versus Von Karma have we seen it. Even though I don't think these two have much of a connection. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down for a little bit, but it won't happen again. Then grit up your loins and steel yourself for battle. Not girding up anything in the skirt. But I am ready to get serious. Seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I think I said grit instead of gird for the first one. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. White and black reverse panda, that is. You shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. I feel like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Where's your bird at, by the way? Sorry. See that you're both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Gator, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie, bye-bye, balloon. Who's next? I guess Uendo. Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. And who's the witness this time? Also, yeah, this guy could have totally changed the cards from the real murderer, even if it wasn't him, from the real murderer to him. First to discover the body and someone who witnessed the crime at the scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well, let's bring in this witness then. Oh boy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Yeah, this is more of what I'm thinking of when they talked about the concept of this Rakugo. Just very classical style, especially based on that guy's dress, the victims. And the Rakugo storyteller Uendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. Thank you for being a reasonable witness. After all, that'd be Raku no, and there it goes. Hee hee. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Bye. Oh, you can't leave that. You've only just introduced yourself. Oh my. You are a fan of mine, miss. Would you like my autograph? One moment. Ow. What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan. Nice one. Hee hee. Oh, why? If it isn't Simon, how are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it seems like the kind of entertainment that would be at a bar or like a pachinko parlor or something. Kind of low class-ish? Maybe? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to For the case at hand. Ah, I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Utatsumi yesterday and received a stage name of Uendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name in a middle rank standing. Ooh. And then that happened. Huh. Ooh. Looks a lot cooler from this angle. Never dreamed something like that something like that happened, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shiso too. Yeah, I guess it's the weird. He can angle his face to look more masculine or feminine. Yeah, plus I'm worried about Geiru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Let's hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. Shisho's dying message. Notice Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right next to the stiff, you see. I lost your sense of humor about your master. Jeez. Hey now, enough with the silly puns already. What the... Replying to his own comments. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. So like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright, plain and simple, wasn't his style. Even for a death message, huh? Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Uendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. How can you say the victim was drowned in soba broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Uendo, so please stick to just the facts. It's like the soba chef to kill... it's so like a soba chef to kill someone in this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Kaluta message left behind, it's clear Bucky Wet did it. Setting aside the issue with the murder weapon for now, the dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused. Even I gotta admit, I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the dead, oh my god. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back at the soba, oh my god. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed. I'm gonna slow down here and read these. Oh, so yeah, I guess he is sitting down. This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something. That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help. Arg, I did, and I won't thank you very much. I must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I better listen carefully and try to see what he found. I mean, there's obvious points of contention. Well, I mean, it's the autopsy report and he drowned in soba. But that's not relevant to the dying message. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. Uendo, when you saw the cards on the table, what made you think they were Master Tonedo's dying message? Oh, excuse me, one more second. There we go. All right. Well, it was a coded message right there next to the body. I'm sure anybody would have thought that they were there to name as killer. I love murder mysteries and I often watch them on TV. Oh, I see. Saw a similar scene during a murder mystery marathon last Tuesday. That's what made me think this must be a dying message. Okay, sure. The stiff cards were right next to the stiff, you see. The cards were on the table, your master's body slumped over, right? On the table, your master's body was slumped over, right? Yeah. It must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time. As I said, the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. Also, I thought of it and I didn't say it, but if he was drowned, like, you know, face down in the soba till he drowned, I guess, or suffocated, whatever you want to put it, you couldn't leave a dying message unless he was doing it while he was struggling or face down or being forced into the soba, which, you know, I'm just gonna say is kind of unlikely. So, yeah. But again, like, how we don't know exactly how he died. We're just kind of refute that the dying message proves, like, without a doubt, it's Bucky wet. And we know there's easy ways to manipulate it. As I said, the stiff cards were right next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. Wouldn't it have been so much more natural to notice the victim rather than the cards? The message just caught my eye because the stiff cards were right next to the stiff. Oh my god. Yes, but that fact hardly seems significant enough to make a person take note of them. Stiff cards next to the stiff. I'm not saying it, dude. So basically, there was no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there? I mean, you maybe prod why you want to say stiff cards, but he's just telling a joke. But we need to ask anyway. What does he mean by stiff cards? But get it over with. Sigh. Hey now, enough with the silly puns already. Hee hee. That's right, I need you to give testimony, not perform a scene. Please remember you're on the witness stand, not the stage. But look at these wonderful people in the audience. Only natural for an entertainer want to have them want them to have some fun. Hee hee. Oh god. I guess we can let a few jokes slide, right? No. Ah, the inevitable bleeding of your work into other areas of your life. I know how that is. I found myself being unwittingly judgmental in my personal life too. Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well done, Your Honor. Guess you can't judge a judge by his cover. Ho ho ho. Don't say that, Judge. You already resemble Santa Claus enough. I advise the defense not be so critical of the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Much obliged. He. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. Cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I guess. Suppose you took in this to mean Bucky wet. There's only one wet noodle around here, and you've seen that giant 4 on his back. It's the only interpretation that makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. God. Oh, I need to. Don't stay up late when you're going to be doing stuff in the morning, people. Usually recovered by now. But wait a minute. What is it? What if there's another wet noodle in the area? What? Did I say something strange? Bucky is the sole heir to the shop. So enough of the ludicrous straw grasping. Hey, how was I supposed to know? Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency. That was the master's final message left as he was drowning in soba broth. Okay. Making sure I didn't skip anything. Right? We double check. Yeah. The victim lined up those cards in its final moments. How can you be so certain that that's how it went down? I know, Shisho. He would never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soba broth and his consciousness fading away, That's a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. Guess we are gonna go for the Soba angle, or like he couldn't have arranged the cars while drowning, or what? Again, suffocating. I guess it's the only way it could have happened. Wait, the only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? It's all seen like that in the detective show. Yuendo, we have a saying in my country: silence is more precious than diamonds. We do not speak anymore. That is more than is necessary. Talking is my livelihood, you know. I talk all the time, this and that, truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking. Hopefully, he'll stick to what stick to the truths without any of those untruths. Feel like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. What do you mean by this? But don't you think it's strange? Could a dying person really leave such a convoluted message? Even in the throes of death, it was Shisho's nature to throw a twist in a twist somehow. Truly the consummate entertainer till the very end, don't you think? Was he really that great of a man, Simon? Would have been no easy task, to be sure. Wait, what did he say? It would have been easy? No, would have been no easy task for sure. Okay, I said that correctly. But who knows? He wasn't an entertainer for 55 years for nothing. If I ever bite the big one like that, I want to leave a message as good as Shisho's. Hee hee. Well, let's hope it never comes to that. Simon, are all Rakugo artists like this? Hard to say. It'd simply be the oh my god. Eccentricity of the entertainer, or perhaps he's hiding something. Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law. If he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something. So, okay. Pretty sure. He washed away. Master's phone must left to do is drowning in Soba Broth. That's impossible. Because how, if he was drowning, you mean he's face down. You couldn't see what he's doing. But also, we know this is BS because of the way the cards are arranged. Some are soaked, but they're not clearly on edge. These have been moved. It's physically impossible. If you're face down in Soba Broth, maybe he's... I mean, I guess technically his mouth and nose can be under it, and his eyes can be above the bowl and can see, but that's so ridiculous. So... But yeah, nothing was found in his lungs, so I guess we're going for this first. There's a contradiction in Yuendo's testimony. A generic statement, and this is gonna really think about that before answering. And would you care to explain where Miss Sykes? In the part of the testimony we didn't even need him to testify about. Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. Yes, it does say that, doesn't it? You nervous? If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth. Ooh, well, he made the noise himself. What? This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Not bad at all. Again, it doesn't matter. That's just his opinion. It's not actually relevant to the case. And like the police didn't claim that the soba broth killed him for a reason. We're not instead of not being pushed by the prosecution either. It's literally just the witness's opinion. Guess I showed you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim face thrust into that bowl? That's an interesting question. If Futuneda's face was thrust into the bowl, It'd have to be after his murder because he'd have to be dead. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs. His head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed, or it fell there because he died upright. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Kaluta cards. In other words, the victim... Also, I noticed this music's really dramatic. But it's like, it's kind of misplaced because, again, there's not much we're, like, actually proving wrong here. In other words, the victim could not have lined up the cards as he up as he was drowning. But we're actually getting to the real point. I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet. You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. Your sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course, desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of anonymity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings toward the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky. We also need to clarify on where that deed came from. Like, they found it there, and they're, like, assuming, oh, he must have stolen it, but they're not giving a motive as to why. They're not even entertaining the idea that it was placed later. So, it's very strange, and we're going to figure out that later. The judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Yeah, good point. The cards were right in front of his body after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh?
Objection.
Ah, but was the accused rational at the time given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Fucking, excuse me, oops. Excuse me, frigging Black Quill is doing our job better than we are. Never mind that. I have something more important to ask Uendo. Me? You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Each card is related in some way to Soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how those cards looked at the scene and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, if I'm afraid. Is it soba broth? Man, I was just kind of assuming it's blood, because it's kind of similar. But yeah, I guess it's more brown. It's like very dried blood if it's blood. Was it tested as soba broth, I wonder? That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadamati, you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Oh my, what delightful looking cards. Wet No 4. Well. The Hearing Prosecutor Sad Monk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly, of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Reduce the cards added to the court record. And you can see it pretty clearly from far away, too. Besides, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claims about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright. It's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture, and these cards were rearranged. Pretty obvious. These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking for, Miss Sykes? Silver bra stains. Please focus your attention on the silver bra stains on the cards. On these cards, the outline of the stains don't match up with the large stain on the table. And yeah, I know the blood is this being blood would be inconsistent with the time of the autopsy or way he died. But like I wasn't thinking about that. It just looked like blood, and I just assumed it for some reason. The outline of these stains don't match up with the largest stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, the message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then if we put the cards back in their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. That's true. Pokun, you really didn't recognize this dude? What are we waiting for? Let's do this. Like I said, pretty poor prosecutor. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Meanwhile, I wasn't too overly fond of Blackwell, but he's getting a lot of points by being on our side and talking to Sykes. Let's see, where was this W card originally? It was here. This is fun. You don't get to do puzzles a lot like this a lot in Phoenix Wright games. You get to do it sometimes. Case 5 of Ace Attorney 1 comes to mind. I'm sure there's more. Okay, now the H card is next. Originally down here, it looks like. Yes, now the E card. Originally, it's up here. Good thing these all got marked in very distinctive ways. Perfect match. Next up is the T card. T card goes down here. Great, that fits right there. Now the N card. Originally. Ooh, looks like we're missing a card. There, that looks good. Now, oh, are we? No, we got them all. See what this O card was originally. Owen. Yeah, nice. Almost done now. The last card is 4. Owen 4th. Let's see, where was this 4th card originally? Or 4 card originally? So the message, what number 4, was originally supposed to say Owen 4th. And this 4th, and the original message is a clue to our identity of the true culprit. What? Yeah, that indignant look of prosecutor Sadbunk's face positively priceless. It's positively priceless. This is absurd. Like, dude, you're getting blown out so quickly, so fast. You didn't even... Poor show. Wasn't what number 4? My god, I didn't read those guys' things. Order in the court. Wasn't one number 4? Maybe this lawyer's smarter than we thought. Order in the court. Originally 0 and 4. I don't know what that means though. Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. Like the dude's probably gonna argue, oh, that still can technically refer to our defendant because he's still number 4. Except then you have to ask why he rearranged it to something more that would implicate him even more. So now that that's settled, what does this 0 and 4th mean? Wait, am I... What do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I haven't thought about that, thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you'd like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, and it's worthless as you are, defense. No, it doesn't. You can't explain. It can't be our defendant because he wouldn't change the cards around to implicate himself. No! Come on, Athena. And so the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. Like, even if they claim, oh, it wasn't the defendant, like, oh, it's the other guy who came in afterwards. Like, you have to explain why. Why did he implicate somebody or change the cards? Why did he mess with the crime scene? I have to do something, but what? Fill your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself. Window, does the phrase Owen Fourth mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Owen Fourth in the Tornado family or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Having rubbish to your empty mind, I see you have as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence.
Yeah, tell him. Humph. I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen Fourth is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That is itself, in and of itself, proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, if the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. Why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. First was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Mr. Owendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running, screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Sip, sip. Yeah, seriously. Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Again, dude's doing our job way better. I wish I was just playing as him. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. Defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I decided not to say another word. Dude. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Then can we just accuse him of rearranging the cards? And like implicating him for the murder then? Like if he's not going to defend himself, what are we supposed to do then? Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? Did you just hear that, Sykes-Stono? Rakugo Argus who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Or he's gonna goad him out. Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right, I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right? People of the gallery. Ooh, he's using the trick against him. Like, dude's a way better lawyer. He's like even better, like immediately. I like him way more than Apollo. Like he was even more competent than Phoenix is being a lot of the time. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you choose the wrong line of work, my friend. Are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Again, this isn't proper behavior for a lawyer. But like, if we're gonna get away with this stuff, let's just get away with it. Oh no, never mind what I just said. What do you say? You saying because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Okay, there you go. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. No, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. I don't know how I can ever show my face on stage again. Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's a real Rakugo artist should be. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Oh, okay. Blackwell went up a lot of places, but it's not as a prosecutor. It's as a defense attorney. I mean, there's not a lot to compete against, so congratulations. You're actually maybe number 2 to Phoenix. I like Phoenix enough so that I'm not gonna kick him out. Sorry, Apollo and Athena, but like, I wish Oh, you've not had enough time in the spotlight. So that's a great moment. And it felt like actually intelligent. It didn't feel like BS, like Apollo's bracelet or Athena's weird gadget thing. All right, witness. If the witnesses wish, all right. If the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. Returned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit. That's pretty good. In the dressing room. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. Wait, that's it? What were you? Okay, that's like half the story, though. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course, there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything, dude. You had to explain what you're doing in there for 2 or 3 minutes. What you just said took 5 seconds. Prosecutor Satomati's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. I did pick up on some faint discord in innuendo's heart. Okay, here we go. Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation.
Hold it!
Dude, we get to cross-examine. You don't get to stop it. I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Yuendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on the witness. On this witness. Yuendo, there's no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetus fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? Because you're trash, dude. The witness wishes to proceed. I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear, out the other. It seems the performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor sad monk. Just know this, Yuendo, your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Alright. It's doing the thing again. Oh, this bug. Like I said, I thought it might have been my new hard drive, but I switched it over my SSD and it's still doing it. You know, could you please tell us again what happened in the dressing room? After my performance, I went to visit Shiso. Okay, I'll be right back and fill up my cup again. Been going through it pretty quickly this morning. BRB. All right, sorry about that. Been a few too many AFKs. Let's try to hang it out now, or stick it out for the rest of this. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. Makes sense. Called to him from outside the room. Why? I mean, I guess it's nice. Why didn't you knock? But he didn't reply. Sure. Went to the dressing room. I saw Shiso slumped over the table, motionless. Huh. I didn't really notice any unexpected emotions in that testimony. But it isn't always the question of the presence of an emotional response, but the absence. You know, you're right. Not always the emotions I do see. Sometimes it's a matter of what I don't, but I would expect, or what I expect to see. But I carefully compare Yuendo's statements to his emotions again. So clearly, he got one emotion through all those. For his last one, he's sad, sure, but he's also not surprised. But you know, finding your master dead, you'd think you would. Yuendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin, you say? Something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin? I don't know, maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. How'd you get lower? Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? Weird. Whoa, what's the point of that? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding, come out where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. What's the point of that? What was the unexpected thing you noticed? Well, come on, his honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we have all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Who's laughing? Hark, focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped on motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Yuendo. Don't you think it's a little odd? Also, why does this guy get to sit down on the witness stand? Oh, we get boxes for people when they're too short, sure, but dude's tall enough. Is it though? Lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. Reason Yuendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because the entertainer's guts, he was zoned out. He knew about his master's death. It's like the only real answer here. Yuendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. Yeah, I wonder what his explanation for this is going to be. Like, what possibly could you cover that covers you not being surprised when you saw your master dead? Well, what kind of thing is that to say? You got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shiso was just sleeping when I first saw him. Hee hee. Okay, there you go. Just completely shifting it. You thought he was sleeping? Sounds plausible, but what made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. Note? No, what note? He must be talking about this. Resting, do not disturb. Appears to have been written by the victim. Let me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. I can read myself. But, thanks, though. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shiso was napping? His face, you said his face down was in the bowl. That's a pretty reasonable assumption. You've got to be kidding me. Look at that. That's right. I saw the note. This note. That's why I thought that Shiso was asleep. Did we have? No, this is not going to be it. Is this guy specifically that said he saw the face down in the bowl, which is, you know, not a comfortable sleeping position. If it was like this, yeah, like this. If it wasn't moved at all, there's no way. Well, like it's super unlikely. There's a different angle, right? Yeah, like all the noodles. Like I guess, like if you're like really, really stretching your logic, I guess it's not impossible for someone to fall asleep like this. Well, there's like no way you think that. Well, again, we're being generous. If the note's there and it's technically not impossible to fall asleep like this. So it's so unlikely though, man. I guess we're gonna have to roll with it. Right, I saw the note. That's why I thought Shiso was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. All right, I'll run an update. Gotta update the firmware here. Okay, one now. After my performance, went to visit Shiso. Yada yada, we know this. Didn't call. Didn't knock for some reason. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. From behind, I understand, but something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Angry. I guess he was. I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. Shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. So this makes sense. It's gotta be this one. Anger's a little odd, but I can guess why he would think this. If he thought like, oh, he's sleeping right before a big show, that's reason to be angry. But I think we need to pinpoint this. Yeah, we can't present evidence or anything. That makes sense. Absent emotion. Let's just do this. Like, not unreasonable to be angry, but I just want to clarify it. Yuendo, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? Guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you enter the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Hee. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's just it's embarrassing, really. Doesn't look like he's hiding something. I'd better dig a bit deeper. Not to be embarrassed, Yuendo, but I'm afraid it's something we need to need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on in the area around the dressing room door in this picture. Maybe there was something there at the time. Yuendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on?
Objection.
What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. It's not an unnecessary question. We don't know what the murder weapon is. We want to know more about the crime scene. And this guy just claimed to interfere with something he modified the crime scene with. So no, this is perfectly on point. You tell her, really, who doesn't just stub their toe every once in a while? I have not done it in years. I've done it. Yeah, it's been years, I think. Although I don't really wear like some slippers or Crocs around the house, so not really gonna run into that issue much. You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is, even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what the new insult Simon will hurl my way. No, it's the wrong way to look at it. He changed something about the crime scene. That's the important point. Is there really no trace of left of what Yuendo stubbed his toe on by the door? The world might have been there, but is not there now. Maybe these, I guess. It's like the only thing I could think of. Ooh, also, look at this. Table's been moved. I didn't notice these the first time around, but yeah, but the table's been moved. I would stub you. This wouldn't hurt unless it's like a really heavy tray these things are in. Exactly, Malia. But isn't now. Has to be these, I guess. It's been a while, so let's save. Boop. Save complete. What's that? No. And this is what you stubbed your toe on? No, it has to be the table then. I'm telling my toe on that. That would really be starting things out on the wrong foot, right, Mr. Golden Ager? Golden Ager? Don't you dare send me off into retirement home yet, Sonny. Anyway, I hope Miss Sykes didn't stub her toes there on her teeth as her foot entered her mouth. That's a nice one, Judge. All right, no, it's the table. Well, defense, are you ready to let it go and move on now? Of course not. What you stubbed his little toe on was a vitally important question, I think. It has to be something heavy, so it can only be this. But it's like the way it was phrased is weird. Is there really no trace left of what Window stubbed his toe on by the door? The world might have been there then, but it's not there now. Like, from saying table. How would he do that? Like, the table's still there. Huh. It's just phrased oddly. It's clearly it was moved. Did I click on the like little divots or the actual table? Click on the little divots. Nope. Here. It's load to save some time here. This is something else I'm missing. Because it's not the knife. He didn't hit his toe on a knife. There's something here, but I don't know what it's like. Just the packaging. Part of this, right? I don't know if it's paper. You can't stub your toe on paper, and it looks like a piece of paper. Let's just click on the desk or the table. No, it isn't. Huh. Now, is it the TV? Are we suggesting the TV was moved? Like, what else could it physically be? Oh, ow, yeah, it is the TV. I just noticed the trail through the... There we go, it's a TV. Me being unobservant. Or focusing on the wrong things. I was being too practical. Or like, I think you changed very little. But no, you can see that the TV was dragged through the little... dust. Or what they said, the dough, or no, flour. Probably. It's just another detail I missed. Man, this thing's cram-packed with the little details. Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Take a good, hard look at it. Wow, it's doing it a lot. I feel like yesterday it did like once or twice, maybe, but today it's doing it all the time. What's going on? There's something I can do on my end here. PC. I don't know. Do you see it? It's a little track that goes from the door all the way to across the room. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged. And the drag mark ends there at the TV. This implies the TV was originally by the door. Convinced that the TV is the object and witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Uendo, how about that? Yes, you're right. It was the TV, okay? There, the noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Window, why was the TV moved there? You so must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performance on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. That's right, it's a closed circuit monitor that shows the stage. Ah, so it was plugged in under the door, and that was to give, again, the performance was coming from there. Why they thought it was in the dressing room. Because I was a little worried. Well, I made the assumption that, oh, they heard you know, a recording, but there was no obvious recording device other than the TV, but it wasn't plugged in. So I'm like, oh, where did the recording device come from? But no, it was plugged in by the door, I'm assuming then. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of the place. I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 just yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop... Boy, you window. Here's a curiosity for you. This table master tornado slumped over. It looks like it was moved. Wow, he's just pointing that out. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? Oh my, yes, you're right. The TV hit the table and Shiso's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shiso was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see, thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of the body, how the body was discovered. So this guy spent a lot of time moving furniture around. Didn't notice a thing. Like he was talking, I guess he was talking with the, if we're believing that he was innocent, he walked in, hit his foot on TV, or like saw the guy was on, slumped on the table, hit his foot on TV, dragged it across all the way, put it over by where it was supposed to be, like didn't notice the guy was dead until after all that. I guess it's not impossible, but it's still really weird. It's really, really odd, but it does, all of that does actually explain the 2 or 3 minutes, more or less. But I wager you need to put the spurs to Endo just a trifle longer. Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. Time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Endo, what you said just now about discovering your master's death, could you please describe all that again for the court in detail? All right. Before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. I headed into the dressing room, but I stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Steam slumped over that. I cluttered the table. If oh Shisho. Slumped over that, cluttered the table. See the cluttered. Oh, stuff with Shisho. So the interesting thing here is the surprise. It's a normal emotion, but notice it's larger when he's on the table than when he finds out the man's dead. It means he was more scared about something he saw on the table than his master being dead. I think it's this one. It could be the previous one or this one, but I think it's this one.
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Endo, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me, you little your little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence.
I said search me. Search me, your little thing. Oh, weird. The girl's sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. What? Okay, so it wasn't until he didn't think trouts are exceptionally sharp or anything. Now get to remembering, Endo. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, oh boy. No, we pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place. Emotions are completely out of control. Oh yeah, this gimmick. Out of control. Care to explain how that's relevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in the witness voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get a proper readings. That's how your matrix program works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control, but it seems like there's nothing there's nothing ordinary about this time. Anger. Performance. I went to visit Shiso. Called to him from outside the room. They didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shiso was dead. I can't even do anything. Thinking of slept over that clear table, sniff, oh, Shiso. I knew it. What's got your dickers all in a bunch now? Yuendo has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. Never seen anything like this, ever. How does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, then I can probe Q to dive in further. I need to pinpoint what I think is the root cause and hit probe R again. Through this process, I can identify what's causing Yuendo so much distress. And that'll help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Yuendo's rampaging emotions. Oh, no. I was looking for the... I called him from outside the room. It's gonna be the cards, right? Reply. Like, we don't need to read this. We saw all this. Right into the dressing room, but it stubbed my toe on the TV. Says that she's dead. Clear table. Sniff. Oh, Shisho. Out of Futa cards. Yeah. Do it. Like, it's kind of obvious. I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny. Like he went crazy when we started talking about the cards, so of course it's the cards. I don't know why we needed all that. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left in the scene of the crime is what's causing your distress. And the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means that the phrase "oh and forth" must mean something to you. Ugh. There we go. Bye-bye. There, noise level 0, finally. The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and forth. But neither of the 2 words have anything to do with this witness. This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not be seen any direct connection between Yuendo and the message for now, but why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you've hit upon something, Athena. Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Yuendo and the mysterious Owen Forth. Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There was something puzzling to me about Yuendo's out of control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I'd never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible. There's something, oh my god, is there a conclusion to this meandering musing you're doing? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible. Okay, we're going a weird direction with this. Haha, so that's it, huh? That is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Sure. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Yuendo Multiple personalities. Okay. Again, this is the only reasonable answer, so. With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that when I was dissociative identity disorder. What does that even mean? Like, I get it. It goes in with a Rekakuga theme or Rekakugo theme. Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial like as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder? Preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Well, here you go. Kunka! I can't believe it. I did it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of for myself. Blimey, Rekakuga artists tell stories of different characters, but there's different personalities. Hey, you lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No problem at all. This is all very hard to believe. Now we've established that the witness has multiple personalities. Each one of them, which one of them introduce themselves to this court? I don't know if that's how it works. Window Toneda. I'm Rekakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello, everybody. Patches, the friendly jester here. Hee hee. Kisagawa. Ortizan. Kisagawa. Patches Tornado. Like, trying to see if their names are consistent with Tornado, but I don't think Kisagawa. But this one gets. I don't know. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. There are 3 personalities in total. Yunoto, Patches, and Kisagawa. Weird. One of those names is not like the other. Well, Simon, what do you think now? That you're one lucky duck, just to be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Hard, can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? You appear to be quite proud of yourself, defense. But all you've done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. Couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of the certain piece of evidence has arisen. New interpretation. Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes? Now we only know about Yunoto's personalities. This now makes perfect sense. It has to be the code Owen 4th, right? Owen is the 4th personality. Just do a quick overlook. Can't examine in more detail. Balloon Act on Yuno's Soba Glutton. Really? Just going over the options. But I don't think we need to. Alright, well, this.
Take that!
The Kaluta cards. That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen 4th could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Yuindo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen 4th actually means a secret 4th personality of Yuindo's personality named Owen? What? Well, Kunka. Yeah, that dude's just along for the ride. Yuindo must have kept this dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rekakugo characters. If word got out, well, our reputation as a Rekakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name. Like, you say you have different professions, but you obviously all do the same act, so whatever. That's why I kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado School. But really, there's no 4th personality. Just the three of us are here. Just the three of us in here. Okay, but then why did you change the cards around? A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I can see that it's highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Satomati actually agreeing with us? However, is it not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado? Come on. And then left that message in order to frame the witness? That's reasonable, but it has to connect to that guy in a meaningful way then. And upon noticing the cards where when he found them, found the victim's bodies, Yunedo rearranged them.
Silence.
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado school knew about Yuendo's multiple personalities. Oh, and also that Yuendo just finished the saying so himself. That is true, but ultimately a meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection.
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection.
Boom, boom. Ah, that spring chick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony? Evan's testimony. Oh. Gabriel escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. Okay, so we're either gonna disprove. Okay, there's 2 openings here. We can disprove that, oh, he heard the guy performing because it was a TV instead. Although, didn't they say it says live performances only, or it keeps an eye on the stage? It could probably, whatever. It could probably have his performance on it either way as a tape. It can probably just do both. And also, the girl when I forget her name, a balloon chick, when she was feeding the dog, was not watching the door, so he could have snuck out. He could have snuck in. Like either way, he had more time to do what he thought. That's right. Until just a few months before you entered the dressing room, Haifu Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. Grog! No! Not only that, but Yunedo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. That's more conclusive, though, than a bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh, no! Yeah. I also heard that his Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... Well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. I really stunk up the stage, I did. Kind of happy about that. And yet I have a perfect alibi. Indeed, why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness? Do we have an exact timeline? Like, we know he went on before, but the autopsy is a pretty wide window. If you went on at, like, let's say 3 o'clock, then you definitely could have committed the murder still. But he couldn't have hidden in the room like I thought he might have. Unless, you know, there's another person, which we just don't have any evidence of at this time. But then, yeah, he could have snuck into the room earlier. No. Like, that opening has to mean something with the balloon girl. And if it's not sneaking out of the dressing room, it's him sneaking in and out. God, how could man, that, like... Michael really should have seen that still if he was standing here. It's not that far away. You can see the door opening. Oh, well. It is what it is. Indeed, why not land the coup de grace, the defense, by describing your alibi, witness? Okie dokie, Smokey. Although we might shoot down his alibi right now, so. Windows alibi. I was on stage until just a moment, oh god. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Yondo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Urgh. Well, get this, Prosecutor Sadamati. The Right Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Yeah. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. I hate this. Like, it's just quit. Just quit. Give it up. Give up. It's never anything else, or intelligent, or clever, or anything else. Allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. Let it go and never keep repeating it. This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. The worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. Words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Okay, it was Apollo on his head, Phoenix on his arm. Oh wow. Oh no, anything but this. Yeah, oh god. The point of this. What's the big deal, Prosecutor Sadamati? Assaulting someone in courtroom? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed? As if. In that case, you must require another dose. Stop it. Hey, there we go. Not bloody likely. It's weird to think this guy has like an English accent or something. There's nothing about his appearance that, to me at least, suggests that, but I know he has. I think the reason he has that, he has an old way of speaking, whatever the equivalent is in Japan. That doesn't translate too well to English, I guess. Look, I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Sykes don't know where to submit to you here, it won't. I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. Actually, Dual Destinies had cutscenes, like anime scenes. I forget what his voice was like because he probably talked in one of them. Had a very small amount of voice acting. Although he also had his objections. Oh, I remember his objections now. They weren't great, weren't they? I almost expect like what's his name? The Wolverine. He's a famous voice actor. He's on a ton of stuff. Oh god, why am I blanking on his name? I don't know why I'm so terrible at remembering names when I'm doing these streams. Famous voice actor, does Wolverine, does Spike Spiegel, something along that lines for his voice. That's what I think. The Sykes don't know where to submit to you here. I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right. For Mr. Wet's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up. The most noble of causes. You will rule those words, defense. Of that I can assure you. Like, it's not a hard to remember name. He like appears in a ton of games and other media too. Yundo's alibi. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. Isn't that convenient?
Hold it!
I mean, it is what it is. How can we be sure it was you who's on that stage? Are you asking whether it could have been some imposter? I guess so. Unlike a big arena, a Rakugo theater is a cozy little place. It would be hard to fool an audience in such an intimate setting, don't you think? Yeah, I guess you're right. Good. I'm glad we could clear that up, because I guess you could say, well, that was unusually reasonable and quick. Or unusually, yeah, reasonable and quick for a testimony question. The entire audience was my witness.
Hold it!
Was there anything special about the stage or your performance that you can tell me? For example, were the lights dimmer than usual? Were there any problems or accidents? Not a thing. Everything was the same as always. Mr. Prosecutor, you questioned the audience, didn't you? Yes, of course. Apparently nothing seemed amiss to them except, well, one small thing. One small thing, which is his bad performance. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I tried my best, really I did. Oh, so I noticed the little things are changing too. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. Did we get? I wonder. Oh, no, no, no. Let's press this.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? Do we get different profiles for all of them? No. Record Storage Junior disciple of Garu has less experience than Garu, yet he's become a higher rank than her. It's not even updated to show he has multiple personalities. That's a Garu, that's her name. Barely seen this guy. Are we even gonna get to do an investigation, I think? Like, there's no other parties we know of other than the dog. Might just be one case. And that's it. Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just that particular audience. Or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe we should dig into things a bit more. Number of audience members. What you were to performed. They're both kind of interesting, but we know that there's multiple audience members at least. It's not like he was performing to an empty room or something. These both can be relevant. Let's start with this one. I think this one's more likely. Can you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Oh right, we knew this kind of actually. Time Soba, huh? Yuenda's right. He's only said the name of the routine. I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What, you know it, Prosecutor Sadamati? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. Must say, Defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. We got called here last minute, buddy. Nerd. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? What can I get for you? So you've got seaweed-topped hanamaki soba, and oh my god, I'll have a bowl of shipiku, my good man. Shippuko, my good man. Oh my god. But there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know it, sir. One shippuku coming right up. So how's business? Not so great, sir. It's going. I can't stop it. Is that so? Well, that's great, because things can only get better from here, right? Oh, prosecutor. Customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he's done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. How much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. See, sorry, but I only have small change on me. Count the coins into your palm so you could hold out your hand for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? It's 9, sir. I know that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks, and bye. I know. Ooh, when I get an opportunity, I'll point it out. Very well done, Prosecutor Sanbody. That was excellent. That counting the time while counting change thing is kind of like a known sort of scam in Japan, where you're trying to pay for something and you're counting it out, but you ask the time midway through to throw off the count and pay less. This is the way gone on. They initially just like said, oh, that's nothing to it, but this has gone on so long. I think there's something here. And we remember that the victim was doing this in the cutscene too. Knowledge we shouldn't have, I guess, but he's performing that. Actually, wait a minute. Gator just performed balloon act. Then he was gonna do soba glutton. He was supposed to. Oh, he did a different act than he was supposed to. But yeah, that is important. Huh? I don't get it. What's so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them one by one. Then just after counting 8, he asked about the time. The soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting to 10, counting from 10. Exactly, he cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. Yeah, so here you go. Story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles a trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends that on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. I'm sure Prosecutor Sad Monk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. Kind of petty, isn't it? Especially like 1 coin. I know coins have more value in Japan than they do in America, but still, is it really all you have to say about this classic story? Time Soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo that the skill. Oh god. Fine, so you studied a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sad Monk. Oh, I wanted to hear a little more. But I suppose it is off topic. I wonder if that's true, because I know of that trick. I saw it. God, I saw it on YouTube, I think, through an animation. But like, I wonder how widespread that is, or if it's actually from that. Maybe, maybe not. I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Ms. Sykes, the witness stated that the story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to his testimony? Yes, please. Can I have that statement added to the testimony? Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have it added. And we know why. Very well. How much? Is that like the first thing? Our performer is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 more statements to press though. Our audience is my witness. Press. Yeah, let's press the rest of these. You have any? Oh, wait, no. It's the wrong one. Whoops. I'm not sure if it was my performance or just the particular audience. We did go through this one, or maybe it was the story I picked. Every year saying, yeah. I guess we can hear out the other option. Number of audience members. How many people were there in the audience when you were on stage? Well, let's see. We drew a full house, so I think there must have been 50, maybe 60 people in the audience. What a lot, isn't it? Exactly. I dropped a big stinky bomb in front of all those people. It was a catastrophe, I tell you. I was sweating buckets from start to finish. It sounds exactly like how Apollo performs in court sometimes. I mean, you're doing it too. I see. Thank you. For that statement, Your Honor, I'd like to leave it out. I guess it doesn't really matter how many audience members there were. Never mind, Your Honor. There's no need to add that statement to Yuendo's testimony. All right. All right. Yeah, this is the last statement that we have to press before we give the answer. Excuse me for asking, but do you bomb like that on a regular basis? Well, aren't you a regular rude daisy? You really think a Rakugo artist who regularly bombs would get promoted? In fact, I'm known as Tornado School's whirl Yuendo of laughter, I'll have you know. Is that really true, Simon? That nickname is a bit of a travesty if you ask me, but as Rakugo is solid and well received, yes. See. But yeah, Whirl Yuendo of Laughter is a big old stinkbog of a name, isn't it? Phew, what a relief. Thought it was just me. Oh, he hurt his feelings. I mean, Whirl Yuendo of Laughter is great. Funny stuff. I'm glad you like it. Alright, well. Performance to Kitsuba, otherwise known as Time Soba. What he says about this. The story where a man cheats on his soba bill, right? Why do you think it didn't go over well? Well, I suppose I was a little nervous. Because you murdered someone? It's a lot of pressure when you're the star of such an important show, you know? Yeah, he's even drawing more attention to it. You nervous? Thought you'd be all calm and collected, but I guess even you can get stage fright, huh? I wanted so badly to live up to the great name Yuendo that I inherited. But I guess I overperformed a little this time. Wait, Yuendo was the stage name of a former member of the Tornado School, right? That's right. The name belonged to one of Shisho's former disciples who died of illness at a young age. With the weight of a new name like that you carry on your shoulders, I can see why you were feeling the heat, just like me. I'm carrying the weight of my entire agency on my shoulders right now. So in that case, I can count on your sympathy and have you go a little easier on me? Not quite. The audience is his witness. Yuendo has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he? You're not giving up, are you? Where's that never say die spirit you displayed earlier? Of course I'm not giving up, Simon. I just know Yuendo has something to do with this case. But how will you connect him to the crime when he has an alibi as strong as that? I don't know just yet, but I'm going to press his testimony and keep an eye out for contradictions. Right. And we know what to do. Let's not overshoot it here. We're pouring to, yeah, here we go. Bam, eat this, right? Double check. Window was still the Silver Glutton, yep. Finally, Master Tornado was due his time solo. Boom. Window, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection.
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant. That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Satomati. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Yuendo, do you know what this is? No, what is it? This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackquill. Including the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that the time solo was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. Boom, get that music going. Dude. Boom, boom, boom. No! Yuendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right, it was just a little joke, you see. Hehe. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. That does not sound good. I don't know if I buy that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs? Or, hey, didn't Simon happen to hear time solo coming from the dressing room? Ooh, okay, that explains it. I didn't quite connect the dots, but yeah, that's it. During Yuendo's performance on stage, it seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. That compare me to birds. Stop wearing the yellow suit. Again, it's a weird connection to D from Always Sunny. He even gets compared to birds in the yellow suit. Then cease this bird brain timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Yuendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to skip on in the witness story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? What Yuendo may have been trying to deceive us about was what the victim was to perform, the cause of the victim's death, the time of the victim's death. Here we go. Yuendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What? Yeek!
Objection.
Boom. What gibberish. Prosecutor Blackwell even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Giru have been completely taken in. You mean by the Soba Bill thing? This was Giru. Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? Yeah, please focus, Your Honor. I was deceived? Pray tell, how did Yuendo manage to defeat two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? The prop Yuendo used was... Oh. TV. Also, yeah, the prank doesn't work because he would have seen the performance live.
Take that!
This TV was used to view what was happening on stage. Prosecutor Blacko, when you came on into the dressing room, what was Yuendo doing? He was performing Time Soba. Blast, could it be? Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Giru saw were not Master Tornado, or heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine, but it was Yuendo's performance as heard through the TV monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Yes, you acknowledge your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado? With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to, but because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. Can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game, and the dude probably flubbed the performance on purpose, just so there wouldn't be any laughter, so it was quiet. All that mere conjecture. Where's your proof, Defense?
Objection!
Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious, and that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. Yeah, here we go. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know. But I believe that this time it was intentional, because Uendo knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my. Yikes. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice prosecutor Black Quill and Garuda holding or heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself. We've got you by the stones now, Uendo, so you better confess everything. And we just don't have a murder weapon or know how he committed it. Well, that's like the last thing to prove. He definitely doesn't have an alibi now. Yeah, it's literally just gonna connect him to the murder weapon and find a motive. Although we can just work off the assumption that he has a fourth personality that he's hiding or something. Ugh. Or that the fourth personality took over and murdered him, and this guy wants to hide it so he doesn't go to jail. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Uendo! I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. I was expecting him to go on. He tampered with the crime scene, but he is not confessing to the murder. His out is claiming he did all that to hide the body, but he didn't actually murder him. Or hide the time of death. Does the defense claim that Uendo is the true murderer in this case? If we tamper with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Hold it. Now wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. Real. Oh my god. Well, I trust you after that. What? You suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Taifu Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? It doesn't matter. We don't know everything between them. Like it could be a personal reason. We have way more reason to suspect this guy than we do our defendant. Oh, well, his motive was can't think of a single thing. Because you were also not aware of one other fact, and that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Not natural. Is it not natural then to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time? What? Okay, that's one thing we do have to explain. Why he didn't recognize the body or react to it. What? Nobody told me Mr. Wet had also gone before 4 p.m. Oh yeah, this too. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. Although the reason Mr. Wet might have not known anything was up was because Uendo did something to hide the body and like undid that when he went to the room before. You know, he discovered the body, quotation marks. No proof of that though that I know of. It could have been happened somehow. Doesn't explain what the guy was doing in there for 10 minutes though. We're only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. Now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant. Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. You really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Well, it was all very sudden, and why did you wait till the very last second to contact me, Simon? Then you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. either. Alright, this sort of thing, exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared, because we are. The defense will stop squabbling this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Satomati, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the soba making implements in the dressing room, correct? Ah, did he bring them over? Or bring those over? He's talking about the equipment for making soba noodles. I've been thinking about that. I guess there's like a chance. If the guy was really truly trying to make soba noodles, maybe something in the ingredients was not what it's supposed to be. And it was like a gas that, suffocated him. But there's just no evidence of that yet. But I guess we might get it now. I thought about that, just nothing to go off of for now. Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? Oh, God. It'll load up. It's probably just an image. But yeah, this is gonna... Oh, he's speaking of the large bowl that is used to mix the buckwheat and flour and water. The long rolling pin and the special knife that you use to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Wet had visited the dressing room to give the victim soba making lesson. That visit was before 4 p.m. Okay, so same logic you're using for the other guy. He visited him. Why did he do all this if he didn't care or like wanted to kill the guy? I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. Mr. White killed the victim before 4 p.m. Why would he return to that room later on, or at a later time? That too. What is it now? Oh, hey! Chilled soba 680. Wet soba, you're kitten caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hi, Miss Chickadee. Hey, Asimi. The reason I went back is because Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Oop. Mr. Wet. Huh. Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room around 2 p.m. Dash when Mr. Tornado ordered the uncooked soba noodles to stock up on. Uncooked noodles to stock up on? Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop and in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop. God, there's a limit to how much I can do this to get some more. Hick. One serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, where the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. Okay, good. I was about to say, if you ended that before the now, I was gonna be cross, but no, the now is fine. You ran into me and Gairu when you came back to deliver the uncooked noodles, or uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Slimy. Slimy. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from the inner doorway. He just kept mumbling about Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. They didn't even realize. So that's why you got mad. What he's saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer. But I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chica. Bailiff, quick, get this man to the infirmary. Well, that's odd. Well, I dare say he's quite the handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wetz made just now into evidence.
Objection.
I believe the accused's statement about going to the room around 2 p.m. is true, or falls within the victim's estimated time of death. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I don't know where that came from. His estimated time of death. That opens the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that, that one point, Mr. Wood's statements are dubious and without proof. You don't get to... Sure, you can do this. You can like, obviously this one's true, and obviously all this other stuff doesn't matter. Like, I think it's, you either accept the testimony or you don't. Or if you are going to say they're false, you have to have like a good reason. But they are the words of the defendant himself. Hey man, back me up here. There's a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. I understand the defense's feeling upon the matter. This court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit. Now what do I do? Whatever, we have the information, so it's fine. It's just you have no further objections, defense. At last, the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence.
What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sad Monk? We still have something we need to question about, Uendo about. We do? Like what? Well, don't just stand there. We don't have any evidence left to present. I mean, we can ask him about what he was doing before the show. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? Hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh, and what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Uendo. Yeah, Owen. Boop. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen. I don't know how we could do this though. We kind of need to, like, if he says it doesn't, we have to kind of take his word at it unless we can provide evidence that he has a fourth personality, which is just the cards. Yes, I don't know. Are you suggesting that this fourth personality Uendo might be the true culprit? I don't know if the cards are enough. Definitely implies there is, but like, is that really evidence? Geez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know. Come clean now, Uendo. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Like, there's just like no way to prove it. Please tell us everything you know about Owen. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo, you tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Hee hee. Hey, Patches. You claim you don't know Owen when you really do. That's tantamount to perjury. It's like the second time it's ever been mentioned in a Phoenix Wright game. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You'll be tainted with his evil. Yeah, that point loses the impact of the chains. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? Exercise my right to remain silent. That's, what's this now? Changing horses midstream, are you? Shut up. I will remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool. You stay out of this. Patches is not the brightest bulb in the box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof he does know about Owen. Here it is again, Simon's formidable psychology manipulation tactic. Sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection.
It's not... you dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor, you were leading the witness. Witness, there's no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection!
Also, leading the witness, that's rarely comes up in these games too. Your Honor, Uendo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. We'll allow the defense to proceed. Polkakuna. Witness testimony about Owen. Like, I don't know an Owen. Period. Done. Testimony. I never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. More details than you need to give. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture? Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities? Once you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You best screw your courage to the sticking place and to attack their testimony head on. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. To draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open. I think one of those statements is kind of interesting. We're always aware. About Owen. Never met any personality named Owen.
Hold it!
Met, huh? Is that how you experience each other? Like people meeting on the street? Well, it's more like all 3 of us are always here. The personality that it's the most suited to the moment is the one that comes out. So when you're out, Uendo, what are the other 2 doing? Well, we never know when our turn will come, right? So we stand by and listen. So that means all 3 of you share the same memories. Never really thought about it, but I guess that's right. See, thank you. Please continue. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic.
Hold it!
Patches, can I have a word with you, please? Hee, why hello, you rang? You said at first that you didn't know anybody named Owen, but then you exercised your right to remain silent. Were you afraid of committing perjury? Well, you see... I'll take over from here if you don't mind. Listen, I hate to say it, but Patches is about as smart as a sack of rocks. If you grill him with a bunch of highfalutin words, he's going to want to keep silent. I see. But looking after loose-tongued Patches is your role, is it, Mr. Kisagawa? Well, I don't know about that, but anyway. I do know that Patches was just flustered, and that's why he decided to remain silent. We're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up.
Hold it!
But what if for some reason you 3 were unconscious at the time of the incident? How would that even work? The 3 of you weren't alert and aware of what would happen. What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you 3 share the same memories, right? What if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Okay, cool, but how can you possibly prove that, Athena? Maybe Owen emerges when the 3 of you are unaware or unconscious, like when they go to sleep or knocked unconscious.
Objection.
But he wouldn't be able to, like, he can't speak of that. Like, he wouldn't know. Like, okay, he can theorize, but he can't. I mean, we could test it, maybe. Hey, does anyone have some sleeping gas on him? And knock him out real fast? But speaking as if this 4th personality is a foregone conclusion, let's just see prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen the 3 personalities. A 4th wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim in this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. You ever heard of these odd sayings, Prosecutor Sadamati? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see 1, there are likely 30 in your home. I've never heard of that. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Various to cockroaches, do we bug you that much, girly? But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all 3 personalities became unconscious, as you say? Once you can do that, all this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, don't be so timid. You don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Simon's right, I can't back down now. Could be whatever maybe killed the victim knocked these guys unconscious? There's no proof of that. My client, Wet, I have to, wait. Mr. Wet. Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for on noodles, but I'm fresh like my soba. Now don't let soda dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds, fresh cut dough fresh, and boil the soba fresh. Something along those lines. Like a word salad with his weird accent or whatever you want to call it. He's blacked out and slurring of words. Mr. Wet, falling unconscious. Wait a minute. I think I've got it. Miss Sykes, do you have proof that back up your theory? Okay. So we're gonna go with the drunken theory. I mean, it's still a stretch, but what? So we've seen. Notice these little candy things here, or whatever they're called. They're buns. And what I'm assuming happened, or what we're gonna go with, is these are alcoholic. They got drunk, passed out, and we know these are alcoholic because we have a sake bottle here. He had one, didn't know they're alcoholic, and then was murdered by him. And then the fourth personality murdered him. I think that's where we're gonna end up going down right now, but just that's a lot of reaching. I think we do, but let's keep pushing the rest of the testimony for now. I don't know, that's a lot to get through. Maybe we just skip it. Let's just go with it, because we don't need to see all the side dialogue. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right there in this crime photo. It is. In that case, please point out what supports your theory. This most likely is what caused Yuendo to lose consciousness. It could also be the drinks. Let's save a little here. I don't know if I'm supposed to point to the alcohol or the little snacks. Snacks makes sense because he was already eating soba.
Take that!
Or not. It's likely smacked over the head with this, and that's why he passed out. Or, well, I may soften the noggin, but I don't see a single bruise on my head. Do you? Well, then maybe it wasn't so much of a smack as, okay, we're just pointing at the alcohol, so we're gonna miss. But what coincidence, defense? Your assertion was a swing and a miss too. Okay, so it's the bottle. You know, Yuendo didn't need to be hit over the head to lose consciousness. Lord knows Buggy has passed out several times today without being smacked. And they're drawing attention to him, so it's just the regular drunk. Thanks, please prove this point of yours. This most likely is what caused Yuendo to lose consciousness. Yeah, it's the alcohol.
Take that!
This is probably what made Yuendo lose consciousness, although they're gonna claim, no, I didn't drink any of that, and then I had to go to the buns. Ah yes, the sake. Also, hey, actually referencing alcohol, but I guess they have no choice. A lot of the games, like, it's been grape juice a lot in the past. But like, literally, the case revolves around the drunken state, so it has to be that. It isn't just like Master Tornado to pick up a fine brand like Camel. Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated, and it's not even wine. Silly girl. Let's agree, you need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato, it's made of rice, and people get drunk from drinking it, right? Rice alcohol, then. Rice beer. Called sake, end of story. Yeah, this guy looks like he knows his sake. Fine, sake it is then. Ay caramba, everyone's so touchy about these things. Recall Master Tornado would often have a drink or two before performing. That made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness though, of course. And look, there were 2 glasses on the table, so yeah, that helps. Yuendo, I believe your master offered you some rice wine, sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your fourth personality, Owen, emerged. I drank sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun, but since we really dislike sake, we said no, thank you to that. So I was getting ahead of myself. Believe it or not, we were real weak when it comes to booze. You know, a tiny drop can knock us right out. They're laying the groundwork even more. So you see, I had a sweet Majin bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. Defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur, did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses naturally. Right, of course. Ms. Sykes, would you like the witness's testimony, statement added to his testimony? Hey, we get back to the press more. Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. I had sweet Majin bun, but I didn't drink any sake. This is the statement we missed.
Hold it!
Since nobody involved with this case is named Owen, we have to explore the possibility that he's a hidden fourth personality of yours. such like, I get it. I know this is gonna be it, but it's like, it's just such a out there thing. After all the cards we read 0 and 4th, how can you be so sure that's what the cards really mean? What else could they possibly mean? Well, for example, 0 and the 4th hitter. Who in the world is that? He's a baseball player, a really great one too. Owen Gonzalez, 36-year-old. He's a cleanup 4th place hitter, of course. Such a famous baseball player was there hanging around the theater. In the theater, he would have drawn a lot of attention to himself, don't you think? Well then, how about this? Maybe it means O in 4th, like I-O in 4,000. And who is this mysterious N person? What N is a person? It's Shiso's favorite hobby shop, Enjoy. He was a huge model train collector. I see. Maybe he owed the hobby shop some money. Also, it could just be, why does the cards have to mean anything? Wasn't he just playing with them? Like we don't know. They're definitely left by this, like, while he was dying. He left a note to remind himself. And Karuta cards on the table. These all worked out in mysterious ways. Are you even taking this seriously? I'm being completely serious. The point is, 0 and 4th could mean just about anything. I suppose you're right. Guess I'd better approach this from a different angle. Had a sweet Majin bun, but I didn't drink any sake. So I'm just gonna skip to the chase on this one. Boom. Oh. When is a statement is absolutely nonsense, Your Honor? Evidence proof. Oops, whoops. I guess not. Wild guess incoming. Widget, shush. That's supposed to tell. I guess I gotta press it first. That strange device says what you're really thinking, doesn't it? It's like the one time and it said I have to press something. It's like, oh no, we have to press. In other words, the real nonsense here is your wild guess, isn't it? Youch. Et tu, Widget. Oh, get the extra dialogue, I guess. A sweet Majin bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Press. If you had a tiny slip of sake, you'd conk right out, huh? That's why you didn't touch the glass the Master Tornado offered, correct? Yes, that's right. And maybe you ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient. I don't recall doing anything like that. He doesn't recall doing it. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. He just might have not have known that he did. We're gonna take another good look at the evidence. They didn't drink any sake, huh? Oh boy, now we're in trouble. The kind of answer is exactly what Sad Monk keeps insulting you. Now use your head. There are countless ways Yuendo could have gotten sake into his mouth besides drinking it. Well, I don't know about the countless part, but nothing. Give it some thought and you'll figure something out. The witness must have had something that contains sake. Is there anything in the court record that hints at something like that? It's not the photo, though. Click on the wrong thing? Or is something else here? First thing, do not disturb. Like, none of this isn't gonna have anything. Huh. Weird. What if that's connected at all? No, it has to be the thing. Like this. This proves it. Also, wait a minute. I don't know. Let's slid through. You can see the table was a lot closer. Like you can see that slid back too. Did I do this? Did I click on the wrong thing then? Because this has to be it. This is the only thing that even references the buns or anything, isn't it? Because this isn't going to be it. It's not this. Oh, well, I mean, this has the camel logo on it for the thing. But it's still... Oh, it has to be this.
Objection!
Huh? That statement... That statement, who? Contradict each other too. Hold on. What did I save? I don't remember. What did I say? Did I save before I did this? No, I did not. Whoops. That's not even the proper call and response for a knock knock joke. What's more, her claim does not even make any logical sense. Performance merits neither applause nor leniency defense. Everyone's a critic. Give me some slack. Oh, consult. What is it, Tina? Have you been bested? Oh no, this is a different thing. I thought this was an option I didn't notice. Said Muck already? Of course not. I just don't have any idea what to do. If your expression tells me you have no idea what to do. And here's my advice. Why don't you try focusing on the statement here? Through what it contradicts with, well, I'll leave that to puzzle out. Dude, that's the opposite of help I need. Why can't stop with the mind games and just tell what piece of evidence I present already? I better try comparing the evidence with the statement he just showed me. A sweet majin bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Present. Okay, so yeah, we know that, like, it helped us in the most unhelpful way. Why wouldn't it be this? Because I can point to the majin bun, or the bun. Take a look at... No, it can't be this. What's on his lungs? I guess I'm just missing something obvious somewhere here. Live. Huh. Dude, that's so strange. Yeah, that's like points to the box. Like, why would, like, this is the only thing that else points to that box, but like, why would this be it over this? Here, I save. It's unfortunate we lost a bunch of health, but I'm gonna save now. Like, yeah, I get that it's here, but what is it if it's not that? Like, what could it even possibly... What's up a deed? Oh, there's no other page. The room. The yard. The, like, only thing it could possibly be is this, but... It is, okay. This is most likely what made Yuindo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded? Oh. I guess they're going with the angle that, oh, he, the tornado left this note for Yuindo. It's just proving that he did pass out. But they're not doing it through the buns, which is like a way more obvious way to do it. Okay. Are you feeling lightheaded, child, or perhaps a bit pickish? I'm not hungry and my head feels just fine. Thank you very much. I don't know. That feels... Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't it there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, defense? Like, why would we look at the paper and not the bun itself? This faint design here reminds me of paper from... Yep, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Yuindo, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, Yuindo, but I believe the maju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun, but how? Because those buns contain a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that. Punchy secret ingredient? Yes. The design of the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does. Now we're here. Like, I had to bring up the paper to reference the photograph because we didn't reference it. Oh yeah, it's a camel bun. Like, why can't we look at... Oh my god. Whatever. It is. It's one of those things. What matches the manju bun box wrapper? The sake. Making sure I'm pointing at the right thing here. Camel pattern is the same as the one camel brown sake. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it more. Like, it proves he was unconscious, but that's not what we were trying to prove. Like, the question wasn't, do you have any proof at all that I was ever unconscious at any point? And the question is, I had a red bean bun. Like, it's just one of those things. So just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se, but he did eat some. Impossible. Uendo had a Camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. The defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a Camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly what I'm claiming. There's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavor, some manju are specifically made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. Humph, what kind of a lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju. Well, let's test it. And how about we test that theory? There we go. What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy some camo manju on the double. Don't forget to get some me one too, okay? You're working, Athena. I guess it's really small amount. Why must I? You're the assistant. While you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, will you get one for me as well? I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. Actually, are you allowed to eat stuff that has alcoholic content? I know you can use like wine and stuff for cooking, so I guess. Because she's 19, she's 20, you know, this is America, so 19, 21 is the drinking age. I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. We get the bailiff to do it. Oh, hey. He is here, the bird. But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. Is this bird gonna pay at the convenience store for it? And all of you better pay me back. Aw, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackquill. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the manju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Or we'll reconvene as soon as Taka returns. I'm gonna get my health back too. Usually that's what this scene means. Save your progress. Yes. Looks like it's gonna be long. Like, we've been in the courtroom for 3-ish hours. Save complete. It's looking like just a long single case. Continue on to the next chapter. Weird. I feel like it'd have to. No, I guess it's gonna be completely separated. It's still weird to me. We built up so momentum after the end of the last case, and it just like cut to the right. It's a filler case. Why you usually do this for the second case, then have the filler case at, well, it kind of ends up being the same thing. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Go out, Uendo, and eat up. Chomp chew. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake munch. Nope. That was delicious. It's a unique sweetness and a faint aroma of sake. And I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, Uendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Are you scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly, I mean, it could never. Less bleeding, more eating, witness. He's like, fine, whatever. Chomp chomp, gulp. See, I told you. It don't affect me as the slightest. It might be might be a lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light, Oomph. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off of one little bun. Hick. All right, what do we got? Ooh. I didn't know if it was gonna be blatantly evil or some kind of swerve. Looks like it worked. Oh my, witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh, Sniffle. Hmm? 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 Oh, Sniffle. My name is Owen. I'm 5. I don't know. Sometimes I think I need to get a webcam because I'm like, how can you possibly be 5? How does this work? I guess if you're a newer personality, you could claim that. I don't know. I don't think that works like that. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Oh. So he is a Windows 4th personality. I probably think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. Don't you start! Immediately you go to this. He's not a child. It's a really, really weird and strange coincidence that the Owen the Fourth was named, that he rearranged the cards and the guy happened to die. That was his dying message. We went over this. You don't get to brush it aside that quickly. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? It'd be an act. This guy could, if he shares the memories, he knows he's in trouble. And if he's just like a brutal murderer, he'd be putting up an act. He has the memories. He knows that, okay, I gotta get rid of these, get the trail off of me. Like, this is the best way of doing it. That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. You know nothing about him. Oh. Seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. Now that he's standing before us, it's clear that none of Uendo's personalities can be the killer. Eek! Where can I even go from here? Shisho, Sniffle. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? Ah, what a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look, I'm Auntie's big smile. You went with Auntie, huh? Tell me about your master, please, pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. Love Shisho, Sniffle. Hey, did you sense anything behind his words? This is sadness. Sadness so pure it's heart-rending, heart-rending, but no discord. Masaki Satomati is right. Owen isn't the killer. Just like that, huh? But then don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Like, why all the hiding? Why the lying? Let's review what we've learned so far. Window rearrange the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah, it is Bucky. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was weird. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen, but Owen is 5 years old, and we're just gonna roll with that and not ask questions. And absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly. The other 3 personalities also have no motive for the murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who was first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Well, we're gonna accept this at face value. Then it's obvious we only have one suspect left. Defense, although it doesn't explain rest of the actions, because we know Uendo was lying. Like, you know, he did the act intentionally to cover up the dead body, but if he isn't the murderer, then why would he do that? Well, I mean, there has to be an accomplice to this thing then, or he's acting as accomplice to what he would gain. But like, what would he gain if he was already becoming the leader? I guess we'll play and figure it out. Defense, the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know it was that first laid out. Oh, again. Oh my God. Start again. Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. When I first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than the true killer. Although it's tempting to say this. I didn't get my badges back, so... Ooh, gonna be saving a lot. I believe the person who laid out the cards is the very person who killed Typhoon Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. You pull Kunka or Pun Kunan. I don't know what a pull Kunan is, but I know I'm definitely not one. Before you start with with sermons, why don't you just hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the crew cards name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wheat. That's right, but then we found out the message originally read Owen Forth. Which implicated the young boy, Owen. Exactly. And the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly a window. Window may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. Tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. I confess, I tampered with the crime scene. So he's complicit in the murder, and maybe whoever he's working with backstabbed him and wanted to implicate him. But I mean, I say like we don't know who, but it's Gayru Force, or I want to say Gay Force. What was her name? Gayru Tornado. 34. Wow. It's one of the higher ages. Everyone's in their 20s for the most part. 70. Huh. The reason Uendo rearranged the Kurota cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen Forth message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Oh. Or this. Really? Really? I guess they don't share memories then. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. They just don't know anything about their Force personality, but they just know it exists. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. Really, there's no fourth personality. It's just the three of us in here. Window feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. But how did he know he's there if he doesn't share memories at all? He has to pass out and then... I guess but how would we know his name is Owen too? Like, okay, if he passed out and like he's in a different place, he knew he got moved around, he knows he has multiple personalities, then like he can assume that, okay, maybe I have a fourth personality that happens when I pass out, but how does he know it's Owen? I don't know. Whatever, we're not gonna think about it. Window feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. Ooh, sniffle. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense.
Objection.
This is not but conjecture composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who then do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection.
I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old no less. Yeah, so you can rearrange the crime scene when he found the body, but it still doesn't explain why he did the act he did. This young child isn't capable of producing anything coherent.
Objection!
But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it's time to let go, and I saw it. I saw Shiseo getting... Owen! You do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, this is true? Is this true? So we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadamati? It's all right, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. See what happens here. Saw it. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. Couldn't move at all. So scared, I passed out. No wounds on his body. Yeah, nothing was. I mean, it really, like, they don't mention that his body was pristine, but I think if he had cuts or he died from bleeding, it would be in the autopsy report. So scared I passed out. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Sniffle. Oh, so scared. Sniffle. Owen. His emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. You alright? Emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see, yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. I will do, Your Honor. Better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. And I wonder how much case there's left. I feel like we can't go on too much longer, right? We're approaching the time where I normally stop, and I can go for a little longer. I just know if I'm not going to get to the end, or I'm able to get to the end. He was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shiso's face, getting it all red. Couldn't move at all. So scared, I passed out. Poor kid. He's absolutely terrified of something. Whatever it is, it might be the root cause of his out-of-control emotions. It's probably the blood. Let's take another careful look at the images. Yeah. There's the... Probably the blood, right?
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, blood was dripping down onto the Shiso's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, the victim was standing upright. How could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, we managed to obtain all we managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Urk. Guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. And what do you think? What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's confused and upset kid right now. So who knows how accurate his memory is? Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing you do in your you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking around? Think outside the box. Oh, you mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is, hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think your rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again? All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. He wasn't standing up, he was laying down, of course. When he saw Master Owen, he must have been lying on the floor. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived when I rotate my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And this means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado's from somewhere up above him. Although it's not going to be blood, it's going to be the soba, which I made a point of pointing out. It looked like blood very early on. Or I treated it as blood initially. I remember now, somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Or maybe they had blood. I think it's the, ooh. And maybe it is blood and they put him in the soba to like hide it. Trying to recall his master's bloody killer is what spooked Owen originally. Blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker while he was fighting back. Okay, yeah. It means the assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like forehead. Oh my god. Well, there you go. I was wondering about it. I pointed out too, well, we don't have any pictures of it. She wasn't wearing this nose in the flashbacks. Looks way better without it. This is what his assailant injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. See, so that is what happened. If I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? Amazing. That injury of Mr. Wetz is conclusive evidence that he committed the murder. Oh my god. No, we need to ask him what it is and how old it is, whether anyone can corroborate whatever story he comes up with it. Why? You say it's possible that connects him to the murder, not that it conclusively proves it. Seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No, even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out of control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? Looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Moment's sakes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without good reason. Well, the lawyer did her best and all, but the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she gave up. She tried everything she could. Dude, I didn't... I really, really don't want to back down, but...
Silence.
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? Although it's weird, I'm making... Obviously, it's going to be this case. It's going to be that she has a nose injury or cut of some kind. But the only reason, like, I initially suspected that, like, our base is like, oh, she's hiding her nose injury, is because of flashbacks that aren't actually evidence that we wouldn't know of through, you know, without our characters wouldn't know of, I guess we should say. You having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that. It's just, do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all of the cards are stacked against us. You still stuck on that line of thinking? Oh, wow. Motive, opportunity, injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Ms. Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe him until the very end. I will. Like, this guy... Sorry, Tina, but this guy's a way better defense attorney than you are. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me. Defense team, please, no fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blacko was just giving me a prep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wetsoba. Yeah, I got it. Defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, did you be all right with that? Okay. So somebody was sitting up on top of a Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? Still your discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. There don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. Ah, so that's it, huh? Did you figure out something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. There's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. You can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence to be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. Give it a try. Let's update the move matrix with the new information, and then we'll be ready to go. You just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh? He had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. Otherwise, someone's smushing something into his face. I mean, it's pretty vague. Couldn't move at all. I was scared and passed out. Obviously this. I mean, I think it's the crime photo. Obviously the bowl. But like, I'm a little worried after laugh time, so here. Save before we do this again. Like, there's so many, like, this crime scene photo has so many small pieces of evidence in it. It's really showing that we're kind of hindered because we didn't get to investigate the crime scene. All of the stuff we're noticing, like the little divots, the open fridge door, the buns, the TV, all of this would have been individual evidence if we actually got to investigate the crime scene. But because we didn't do that, we have to keep going back to this, and like kind of makes it hard to present evidence in a way.
Objection!
Let's put a name to that thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied the murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. It's the pillow, isn't it? Fortunately for you, I spied nothing of the sort. I thought it might have been her setting up the crime scene, but if it was her like killing him. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Bertel, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. Or not? Never mind. This is what the killer pressed into his face. The bowl. You suffocate someone with a bowl like this? I know suffocating someone with a pillow, but not a bowl. And I'm taking cautious. The only thing it could be, though. Cards. No, it's the bowl.
Take that!
No, it's not. God dang it, man. Hey, hold on. Oh, god dang it. It's not the alcohol. Can't force that down. Oh, maybe the... Oh, the... No, what is the glass? Huh? Weird. What do the things say up to this? Oh, it's the noodles?
Take that!
Mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I think it's the only reason I thought of the noodles is because I realized, well, okay, well, one, it's not the bowl, but it's like I realized they made a point of that noodle stuff at the beginning of the trial, so now that's gonna finally take shape, like, you know, actually come into play, and that the noodles in some way, I guess it's when it's dough, something that, like, that's so strange. But yeah, the form the noodles were earlier could suffocate them in a way. I know nothing about the soba or what it looks like during it when it's made. So there's like no way I would know that. But we're just gonna go with that. This is the only thing it could be. But wary of your tasteless jokes. How can anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? Noodles will instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There's a way that the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with... Yeah, like... I mean, we talked to you, brought up noodles earlier. No, we brought them cooked noodles later. Is it the dough? Yeah. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. Yeah, I'm way out of my depth with these things. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. Wouldn't it tear easily? How, like, tough is it? Well, what? Order in the court. Yeah, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you all right, Prosecutor Sodomati? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. Huh? What are you talking about? Let me summarize your statements. Great. All right, so this is gonna go on a little longer. While this is loading, we gotta get a drink real fast. BRP. Oops. There we go. Excuse me, 1 second. All right, back. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. So unusual. Like, I didn't even think about, because I didn't know anything about how you declare suffocation, but I didn't even think of a pillow until he said something covering his mouth. Like, oh, pillow, yeah, that's how you do that, isn't that? I don't know, never done it myself. I don't watch a lot of, maybe it comes up in a lot of crime shows or something. I've never heard of someone using dough to murder someone. It's like you could press it out and it would become thin and you can like rip through it very easily. I don't know. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Ugh. Why, you smarmy? What's that old saying? There's another thing in like a saying or an old story in Japan about arrows individually don't do anything, but arrows together do a lot of things. And there's like a whole thing in Danganronpa about that, like transforming the murder weapon. It was a bunch of bundled up arrows as the weapon, but once the bundle was taken off, it was hard to prove what the murder weapon was. The individual arrows couldn't have done it. This is sort of, kind of in the realm of similar. Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into a bowl of soba noodles and broth, washed off the blood that had dripped onto his victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now wait just a minute, I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. But who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles, defense? That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sodomati. Cutting soba and dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about the innuendo's Owen personality, because the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. As he spelled Owen's name in jest sometime before his murder. True, from Owen's testimony, it's clear that Mr. Tornado cared for the boy. Oh, okay, well, I guess, yeah, he woke up in the room. I was like thinking about it. Why did he do all that fake stuff if he didn't know? He knew his master. The reason Uendo did all that stuff was because he knew master was dead, because he woke up in the room with the body. He set it up to like create an alibi, and that's why he did all that. And why? Okay, it all makes sense now. He's not an accomplice. They didn't clarify that last part. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. Here's where we arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt.
Hold it!
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? Doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Yeah, it's unfortunate. No description of the victim or the murderer at all, even though they are completely physically different. They honestly couldn't be more opposite if they tried. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Also, the fact that she's a pink nightmare. It's not even a slight detail of that. I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Chisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Oh, and you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. Picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. Yeah, but you're accepting his testimony from other angles, so like, you've wasted enough of our time, defense. Let it go and move on. This is what I was saying earlier. You can't pick and choose what you believe. If you're accepting this kid's testimony, you're accepting this kid's testimony. No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give it in here. Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us? Sniffle, okay. On to the new info and run an update then. He just had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was swishing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Chisho was standing over me. And we have an obvious error here. Someone you recognize, isn't it? Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling. One of relief? The person witness saw was no stranger, rather was the accused. Therefore, it's only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Vince, and in this madness that soul your soul no more. But you said it doesn't matter. The defendant didn't recognize the don't know about Owen. It doesn't matter that, you know, we don't have to prove that. Owen, who did you see? The nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. There we go. It's the smell of you can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Oh, the smell of Owen. Why does this be so much that they can't describe a single detail about them? Seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. Certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. By Owen's testimony, it's the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. Could be even the scent of the hair product the accused uses. It does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. What about you? You probably have lots of perfume or hair products for your long locks. Witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between the conventional perfumes and hair products. Ark, why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? So the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wheat. What the? Welcome back, dude. He just pop in and out whenever he wants. Hey. I never use hair products or anything with smell. Hick. If I wore something like that, smell would get into the soba. Yeah, it's pointing to the statement he made earlier about the woman's perfume and why he didn't like her. Boom, check it. We can check right now if he has a smell to him. I guess that's what we're doing. Could have gotten me and Prosecutor Blackwell with one visit. You don't have to go back and forth. Mr. Wheat, are you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. Think I let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. I believe we have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. I don't know, let's dig in, shall we? Eating quite a lot in this trial. The good times. They need a drink, I guess. There we go. That was delightful. Hem. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products in our perfumes in Mr. Wet's soba. First sweet buns and bean buns, and now a savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. The texture is different from the soba I had the other day. Reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called Manu Pun. What you think? What you think, Miss Chickadee? My little soba is pretty good. It's just hit. It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon? Still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Bail out the defendant back. Take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Rest. It ain't so lump of play weedy on dough, you know. I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough to rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Yeah, here. As a reminder, grind the seeds, cut the dough fresh, and boil it into Good grief, what a defendant. This Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, only perfume. Looks like you remembered something. Phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There's only one person that comes to mind. Phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. The only other suspect in this case. Like the only person not even in this room.
Take that!
Geiru Tornado. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Geiru now because of a scent? Your Honor, there's no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent. Geiru could have been at the scene of the crime. Yes, but you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. There you go. The smartest thing you've done all trial, Athena. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Geiru some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome, Ka. Jesus. Alright. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado School of Rakugo back for an encore. Me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. 1, 2, balloon. What wonderful balloon artistry. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. What, you didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? Who's the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume? You were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. In the whole world, just you. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Geiru, you know about Owen, right? Well, yes, I often played with him at the Shiso's request. That means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen, you think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? Which is absolutely right. No evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. Distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. That's right, you don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Geru. Defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but the Owen's testimony is still enough. Please feel free to leave, Geru. I'm so close, there must be something I can do. Well, the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now. Just ask her to remove her nose. Thing.
Silence.
And we're getting bailed out again. Holy hoy, Geru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Hey! Oh, and hey, an injury on their forehead, too. Here's the bandage on Geru's forehead. So we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere. Possible. How did you know, Simon? I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Sadamati, the scent of perfume and injury on the forehead. Oh, I wonder if it is that. Maybe it's just a coincidence that she's always wearing the nose then. I thought that was it. I thought that was the clue. Because, yeah, obviously I didn't know about the bandage. Like, how could I have? Scent of perfume and injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with the Owen's testimony. I guess he said forehead specifically. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geru. Sykes. Does this mean you formally indicting this witness for the murder of Taifu Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, hope you're prepared to pay the full price in full. I mean, what price is he talking about? I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sad Monkey is saying he'll see to it that you never stand in court of law again. Must say though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on and into the deep end with you. You really have to have one oh my god. You really have but one choice anyway. I have to take it a little slow because we're at over 4 hours now, right? Yeah, let's take it a little slower. It's been quite a lot of talking. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness Geru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. Defense wishes to formally indict Geru Tornado for the murder of Taifu Tornado. I tried to be merciful, but now not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim is not Mr. Wet. Drum roll. Alerting a new picture. Dude, what is with this? It was Geru Tornado. Okay, if the nose isn't hiding the injury, like, why is it absent from all the art? That bandage is just from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Geru? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. You don't believe me, then with a twisty twist. And balloon, there you have it, an adorable little kitty. Jesus, this stand's getting really busy. How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me, Yeah, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but to be that you don't have an eye for balloon art. You think I know that? Well, you didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I'm supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But she still told me to do balloon art instead, Sniffle. Okay, well, we got our motive. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. You're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit of Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you with the twisty twist. I'ma cut you, witch. Go ahead and make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Okay, we get a full shifting character. What I did before the murder. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Cecil and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. So the note Cecil left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know? The room Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. So Gator was saying she went into the dressing room but left right away. I don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Get to press her. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, well. Cross-examination. You hear that interesting noise? Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. You went on first, so that's not odd, right? Let's get evidence. Yeah. I guess that lines up, sort of.
Hold it!
Courtesy call after your performance, huh? Come to think of it, Uendo mentioned making the same kind of visit. Yeah, a visit to your master before and after your routine. That's just common courtesy with us Rakugo artists and entertainers, excuse me. So that means you paid a victim a courtesy call before your performance too, right? What did you see at that time? He was having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. I'd like to say that drinking gave him a silver tongue. He was already drinking by then. Uendo wasn't there in the dressing room yet at that time. I must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back, Shiso and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. Yeah, I need more details from this one. Can you describe how they appeared? They were both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. The sitting the victim up over the table must have been the culprit's doing. Like, obviously, yes, that's inconsistent in the crime scene, but we had to prove that it could only have been her that did something or something along those lines. After all, who wouldn't stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap? Plus, that matches up with what Owen said in his testimony. But if he was asleep, how could you tell it was Owen? How did you know it wasn't Uendo? Good question, actually. I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face, and I know which one I'm dealing with. Okay, probably true. I see. I saw the note Shiso left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know.
Hold it!
Where did you find your master's note? But hold on. I think that's our inconsistency, because this has stains on... No, it doesn't. Right, this is... I thought it might have been stained because of the white and color, but no, this is just the paper. The stains were there, that means the soba was knocked over, which means something should have been wrong. Or that the person was already in the position. Where did you find your master's note? I don't know, can't remember. Cool, awesome. Do you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was the sake and happy manju on the table. I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What do you think? You didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Your boldness, I request that Garo's last statement be added to her testimony. Oh. Simon, what statements like that gonna do for us? Play along and you'll see soon enough. Ugh. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What's I've been thinking? Obviously something's there. See anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Let's go over the other statements. That one, so this one.
Hold it!
So you admit that the scent Owen smelled when he witnessed the crime was from your perfume. Yeah, sure, why not? All proofs is in the dressing room. Actually, no. Right. I get it now. He wasn't laying on the floor. It couldn't have been because there's the powder all over the floor. If he was laying on the floor, his back should have been covered in it. Right? Are we saying this came afterwards? No, but it couldn't come after. How can we prove it was there when she first came in? I mean, it was definitely already there. Oh. So, I mean, it was before the TV was moved, obviously. He knocked the table. We're going with Yuendo knocked the table, and that's why it's moved out of place. Move this across. So, like, Yuendo never mentioned spreading powder anywhere or anything like that. We have no reason to think he would. Like, why would he? It's probably the powder. All proofs are in the dressing room anyway. I don't do anything to prove. Don't do a thing to prove I killed Shisho. It may be true, but Bucky's the one who bumped off Shisho. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Okay, let's press. Let's not immediately present the I just want to confirm. You didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim. I already told you nothing. And you didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room. Sometimes I gotta say, no, I didn't touch anything. Wait, but then is she saying she didn't see when you immediately saw when he checked the victim's body? Huh? You didn't see the cards? I mean, it wasn't there yet at that time? I mean, it's like, I get they're implying she's not seeing the cards, but they didn't necessarily have to be there. Or she just might not take a note of them because you just saw him playing with cards on the table. Oh, hold on. I guess there was something. What is it? The soda making equipment was already there in the room. Means Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me doing something. Arg, thanks for the non-help. Well, a new statement has been added. She's still sticking to her guns. This didn't see anything unusual in the dressing room. But that strikes me as a little strange on its own. Really? Why? Master Tornado really is the one who left that. You'd think Gato wouldn't have noticed. Okay, we're going to get the cards. Master Tornado wasn't the one who left it. You must ask who did. You know what I'm getting at? Don't you, Athena? I think so. Personally, I don't think it's unreasonable to not notice the cards. But that's what we're going with. I really appreciate Simon's help, but I've got to come up with an answer for myself this time. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho. I didn't touch anything on the room. So let's be safe here. Look at the cards. There we go. Gator, you said you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right, what about it? And I wonder who left that dying message with the Karaluta cards. What are you going on about? It had to have been Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible. Because only three people knew of Yuendo's personalities. Yuendo, your master, and you. Like, if we're saying that the master didn't put the cards out, Shisho, or Tone, or Taifu didn't do it, excuse me. What? I don't know, like, I think this is a weak angle. I know it's like, you know, okay, if he didn't put it, then it has to be you, but you're saying you didn't. Like, I get what they're getting at, but it's like, Master and you. Eek. If Bucky had left that Karuta message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen, he would have spelled out Uendo. What it boils down to is this: a member of the tornado school, you get a tornado. Hey, Zycat, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. God, will you ever quit your yapping? You didn't get that messed up. I said Taifu. What's his first name? Yeah, Taifu. Will you ever quit your yapping? Objection. You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in when everything started going my way? Yeah, really. Just sit over there and accept your defeat, buddy. Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not only the only reason she left with such haste. There's another reason that compelled Gero to leave at once. Gero, would you please relate said reason to the court? Was there a reason why Gero had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I had no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, because here it comes. Paint is all swollen and red. What happened, Geru? You must know. I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? Wasn't that convenient? Allergic reaction to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. Taifu Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room. Geru is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. I think I left pretty quickly. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. Let she show as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my poor hands. Must have been sort of soba broth on his clothes or something. If I had hailed any of that soba flavor, I'd have a seizure and I'd be goodnight Geru. Gairu. That's Gairu. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for a long time. A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air. And I certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. I mean, she has gloves. That doesn't hold up. This isn't good. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. This is like the first time he's shown foresight, or like had his like witness, like evidence prepared ahead of time, or knew something that like, oh, he had to see all this predicting that was like actually deep into the trial. That this is super deep. Like I feel like we're at the end here. Man, well, he says like he doesn't think very. He says he doesn't think very highly of Athena, but he had to acknowledge that she would get this far to have that evidence ready, I feel like. But simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I testify and get it all out in the open, yeah? Geru's buckwheat allergy. If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. Must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Does it look like I knew? Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. Now what do we do? Something you would have done. There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmug to shame with your cross-examination. Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. Alright. Geru's buckwheat allergy. Come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. Yes.
Hold
You're not lying about this soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not. We're on the grave of my father up in heaven. You can even get a doctor's certificate if you want. I would like that. He seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flower to boot. Well said, Your Honor. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me.
it!
I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in that dressing room. Went in to pay respects to the master of the guards. Man, if that is the case, I never like. How does he not have flowers on his clothes then? If he was lying on the floor, this had to come after, didn't it? Like for this, I didn't think about that too much during the trial until it became like relevant just then. I'm like, we can't see it from the front if he's covered in stuff now. Your two kids in the fridge. And also the contents of the fridge have never came up to this point. And we know that's a thing though. Is there more to that? No, that was it. Really? Hold on, I want to look at one more thing. What else? We added a bunch of stuff on here. Dumplings, the buried leftovers in the yard. Oh, these were probably soba balls. We could probably dig them up in the yard and find them. Probably gave herself the allergy here on purpose, which means all the soba stuff scattered around came afterwards. So yeah, it is weird. That's probably still going to come into play. Like, we got this in the start of the case, and I knew it would be relevant for something. So it allowed her to dispose of the soba and give herself the allergy at the same time. Probably. You went to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe in any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Please get a grip, will ya? Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. Small buttons close. I'll press that. Maybe there's a twist here. Like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba? You kidding? Bring my little Jujimu in here and I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest to goodness soba allergy. Vince, the witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it though. There you go. Probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. There must be soba broth on his clothes.
Hold it!
I have a question about that actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry, do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touched soba, is like poison to me. We're gonna really drive this point home. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Hold it!
So I just want to cover all my bases, but the murder have been possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room?
Objection.
That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. There's no evidence that was committed anywhere else. The defense can't argue around suggesting new permits without basis. Fortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Yeah, okay. Geiru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. Who did he say called out? I forget if he said the master did call him out. Because maybe if she's the one, like maybe she called in for the soba to be here. Like obviously she's using her alert allergy to cover for, you know, her not being the murderer. We can prove it to some degree, maybe. Finally, the time has become for the last rites of the victim to begin. Humph. What must a right do at a time like this? Off gets. There's only one thing to do. What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see. So you have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to do, left to you, is to smile. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn you thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geiru, who's allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geiru could be in that room and not have allergic reaction instead. Then you rest. Ha! Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds from fresh, get the dough fresh, boil the noodles fresh. Whoop. He's blacked out. So yeah, like we were gonna go with the soba wasn't prepared. The room wasn't like what it appeared. Soba was in a non-lethal state, and she made it a lethal state after she committed the murder. Lethal to her, anyway. Resting, do not disturb. Appears to have been written by the victim. Let me read it. Resting, do not disturb. Oh, resting was referring to the noodles. Actually, that I didn't predict, maybe. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shiso was napping? You must know, allergic to buckwheat. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geiru could have committed this crime. But how do you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. Sure, I can't overturn the facts, but what if we got our facts about the piece of evidence wrong? Animation takes forever. Got our facts wrong. What are you talking about now? Which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. Again, I don't know anything about soba, so would it be less dangerous to her if it's resting? So, like, pretty obviously this. Master Tornado's note. The note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. True meaning? Note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena, that doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, Bucky, as Bucky told us many times, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber jabber got to do with anything? This is it. The home stretch. This is not Mr. Wheat's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon. Ooh. Man, is there a big difference between soba and udon? I have no idea. The victim Typhoon Tornado was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Okunka! That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Geiru to be in that room and kill her master. Oh, and the noodles he brought over are missing because she took them. And she's hiding the fact that, yeah, she did that to hide the fact that he wasn't making he wasn't making soba, but udon instead. Or actually, no, that she ordered the noodles specifically to cover the fact that there weren't soba making equipment. It was udon making equipment. What? But if that's true, that changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately.
Objection.
But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Giru did not have a reaction on her hand. I'd explain those things. Well, even if it were udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Gedo committed the crime. But don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, and you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already. I got it. Talk about pressure. All right, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. Think about it very carefully. Think about it real hard. Right there. Here we go. It took a while to spin up. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish and finding conclusive evidence that Gabriel committed this murder. Also, I mentioned Danganronpa. This was never a thing in earlier Ace Attorney games. This is definitely like a Danganronpa thing. But hey, it's cool. These games are inspiring each other. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room? Udon. Boom. Tornado was making udon. On my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. Something in the crime scene indicates otherwise. What's found in the bowl on the table? Soba. Boom. There's a soba in the bowl. Even though Master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. It means the noodles have to come from somewhere. We know Bucky was called in for noodles. Wait a minute, one mysterious serving of soba noodles. That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? Catering service. Oh, really? Catering service brought it. Wait a minute, it was catering service. Somebody must have delivered it. Nobody says about delivery. No, it was Bucky, wasn't it? The soba on the bowl table. I guess we're just gonna say. Oh, Master Soba stock. Right. It said earlier on that he kept a stock of it in the fridge. Soba was from the Master Soba stock. So maybe he did order it and she just used some of it. Soba noodles found at the scene were from the Master stock of uncooked noodles. Why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it into the bowl? Why did the culprit cook soba noodles and put them in the bowl? Hide the udon dough. Bam. Culprit wanted to hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene. That means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. Why did the culprit take the udon away to hide it? Must have been because she killed him with the udon dough. Right. And it wasn't the soda bowl or soda dough she was hiding or giving to the dog. It was the udon dough. That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon to use to kill Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Gabriel got rid of the dough somehow. Fed it to the dog. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Gary's guilt.
Objection.
Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that it would prove she's the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sadamati. The injury on Gary's forehead was caused by the victim's knife. And Gary's blood must have dripped onto the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Ah, but where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, if I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. But how did Gator get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena, what do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Gator's part? Now then, Miss Sykes, let us hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. This video evidence can point us to the location hidden by the murder weapon. Also, hey, nice barking you did. Good bites. Get what he's like pointing you to. This is Hazardin, right? Yep. Yep. Yep, feeding your dog. Boom. Geru. Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. Don't know anything about murder. Stuff that cute axe in your balloon hat. Huh. Geru got rid of the dough she used to kill the Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Gero, who should know her dog's eating habits, would feed Jugimu more than he could possibly finish. Jugimu. Your Honor, please order investigation of the yard right now. And what should I police at the theater be looking for exactly? Jugimu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Gero made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Geru, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Well, now the truth is out, and it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Ah! And his thing goes pop too, I guess. Okuka! I'm a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then Shisho. And nothing on her nose. Why are my balloons bursting? Eddie, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. Oh my god. What? Yeah, I knew about that. I didn't know she would be the murderer necessarily, but I knew that happened at some point. Oh wow, yeah. The full Are you ready to tell us everything now, Geru? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean Window Tornado. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that I did the stupid balloon thing like Shiso wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show, celebrating the name succession. That was your entire motive? Not anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? I wanted to pay Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. Okay, this is why she framed him too. Wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. And now we know the whole story. Also, it's wheat, but it's can't. I don't think you can say that as wheat. It's the way it's spelled. It has to be wet. Just gonna go with that. There's just one more thing. This is a fun thing to say right at the end. We won't have to say it much more. I think I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. It was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. It was premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands when you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah. Well, at that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Geru, how could you do all of this? You idiot. Geru. I get your desire to inherit your father's name. But what you really should have done, really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, his heart. His heart. You have anything to add, Prosecutor Satomati? Any objections? Yeah, you've been blown out by all three of us now, so I don't know if you have any ego to stand on. No, Your Honor. It's Athena Sykes. Like, also, like, there's a whole thing about him being a rebel. He might be playing this super long game, and he's just putting up an axe, but, it'd be boring if that was the case. Yes, that's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. Really? Seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Thanks. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Satomati. Looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Oh, you better now? Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant Bucky Wheat. Bucky Wet. Oh, God. Not guilty. Confetti! Hooray! He's kind of smug up there. The court is adjourned. May 13th, 11:55 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee. It still sucks you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Uendo have it out for you something? I don't think so. Uendo said it was a spur of the moment idea. He got what he got when he saw the Soba themed cards. Simon, where have you been? Stopped in at Uendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way, I almost got convicted out of convenience. But at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so bug up, Bucky. On an important note, I really want to know is, why did Master Tornado let Giro inherit her father's name? Also, what's the deal with the deed? Why didn't Master Tornado let Giro inherit her father's name? What do you mean, on a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Oh, don't be such a wet blanket. Let's go with the flow. There, yeah, so it is pronounced wet. Just go with the flow. Now, come on. You think the master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Geru to find her own calling in life. Perform whatever she wanted without her being bound by her father's name or Kugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. That's why he called you the theater, huh? Teach him how to make udon? A roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Tornado for you. This entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? How sad. By the way, Geru wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What are you talking about, me? Come on, no way. A lot of Amanda was criticized by Soba. Not true, Bucky. It'd be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him. Is this gonna be here? I guess this is gonna be the explanation. It's nothing else, right? Save, just in case I'm misunderstanding something here. Boom. Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed? It's still in my name. Mr. Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. Probably used some tough love on you so that your shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. Never knew. Oh, Master Tornado. I'm so sorry, Stifle. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Simey. And you too, Miss Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be good, so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba, Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I better be getting back to my shop. Gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Can I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Deliver a bowl of udon to Geru on behalf of our master. You got it. Make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed in it too. Thank you. Well, see ya. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and bring the whole agency, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. We're the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. And he's off. And this case was, well, I'll get to it. It's nice to see somebody giving it all their all, isn't it? Wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been by your side. Would have been a spectacle and a half. Huh. Whatever. It's a weird way to say that. You don't know that. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. Like, it was a spectacle either way. It would have been less interesting if she just gave up immediately, like she kind of almost did. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky the lawyers are, the harder my jobs become. It's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about that? What's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? Must you remind me? What could I have known Uendo would do Time Soba? Hey, speaking of Time Soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh goody, I can't wait. Okay, here it is. In Time Soba, why didn't Mon number 9 get counted? Come on, do you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 7, 8, oh my god. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Rotful. That I should have known. Come on, let's get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to 50% of the tab, and don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt you to pay for me every once in a while, you know. Quick squawking and start walking, Athena. Hey, wait for me! I may still have ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for courts and the law. Je peux le faire. I can do this. I don't know if I pronounced that second word. Yeah, that was, it's kind of a shame we have such a limited amount of suspects in these games. It always makes it pretty clear who it is. Although, like, it kept us going for a while, but once we shut down Uedon, I guess. And I knew there kind of was more with Clown Lady, Geru. But other than that, was a pretty good case. Blackwell was actually the highlight of the case. He moved up a couple positions because of that. He's pretty entertaining. It's interesting to see prosecutors go against each other because they have such dominant personalities most of the time. So, like, it makes nice sparks when they clash, I guess. Yeah, that's it. That was just a filler case, huh? Nothing to do with anything. But it was decent. I liked it in the end. Even though that one piece of evidence kind of tripped me up and it was kind of, I don't know, not handled well to me. But yeah, this is one of the longer Ace Attorney streams I've done, so we're probably going to end it here. But as usual, next week we're going to be starting a new case, so let's get a new sneak peek at that. How about? This has to be the final case, right? Final of the game. On the next one, let's see what happens. Turnabout Revolution. Yeah, that sounds like a final case to me.
It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
people of Khurain, we can't allow things to go on like this.
The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, we're starting in the law offices, huh? Or the anything agency, I guess. Ah, is this gonna be Apollo's case then? He gonna make his way out there? Because there's no way Phoenix is here, right? Maybe he is. Maybe they get called back out there. Well, we'll find out next week. So thank you all for joining me. I'll be back 10 a.m. Pacific time next week on Monday. I'd like to stream this weekend, but I'm not gonna be able to. I know ahead of time. It would be Sunday if anything, but no, don't count on it. If I will, I'll tweet it out like an hour ahead of time or something. But that's gonna be it. Thank you all again. Thank you all for joining me, and I hope to see you guys when I go live next time. I'll see you guys later.